dismissed. Here we go. Test. All right. Good evening, everybody. We're going to get started here in just a second. I know there's still some folks signing in, so if you haven't had a chance to do so, please sign in on the table to my right. There are some extra chairs stacked in the back, so if we need some extra chairs, feel free to grab one of those and find some room. And with that, we are going to go ahead and get started. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the August 7th, 2024 Bruce Township Planning Commission meeting. Our start time is 6:05 p.m. Dana, would you call the roll, please?
Ed Kipitz.
Present.
Anne Marie Boyce.
Here.
Harold Blaylock.
Here.
Jared Nitson.
Here.
Mandy Barnett.
Here.
Rick Hagelstein.
Here.
Randy Camp.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. Before we start the business part of our meeting, I would ask everybody rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so this is a public business meeting for the Planning Commission, but we do welcome public comments at various points throughout the agenda. We do request that you sign in on the sheet on the table to my right if you haven't already done so, just so we have a record of who's in attendance. Commission is made up of 7 Bruce Township residents appointed by the board. In addition, we have Township employee Dana Buchanan, who assists us in a number of different matters for the Planning Commission and participates in the discussion as well. We also have Joe Tangari, who's a professional planner from Giffords Webster, who advises us in our work. There will be opportunities throughout the agenda for public questions and comments. Generally, we ask that you do keep these to 3 minutes in length. If you're representing a neighborhood group, we'll allot some additional time. But given the turnout we have tonight, we are going to try to keep on that schedule just to keep the meeting moving forward as best as we can. When you do come to the podium, we ask that you address the commission and not anybody in the audience. And this will just help us make the best use of our time. And on behalf of all the commissioners here, we do appreciate your participation this evening. All right, first up is the approval of the minutes from the July Planning Commission meeting. We did the roll call.
Dana, I noted one thing we didn't catch.
Okay.
On the first page, I don't think we amended our agenda last time. And the comment over to the right still says as amended. I didn't catch it, sorry.
Anyone else have any edits or corrections from the minutes for the July meeting? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Motion by Cant, is a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barnett. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. That brings us to approval of the agenda for this evening. Everyone has a copy of this in front of them. Are there any changes from commissioners? Hearing no changes, I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Seconded by Boyce. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. All right, so that brings us to our public comment this evening. So this would be in regards to anything that is not on the agenda. We have 4 public hearings tonight. So if you're here in regards to one of those, you can hold your comments until that time. If you have any general comments that you'd like to address the commissioners, we welcome you to come at this time and do so.
Paul Kaniewski, 71970 Lasser Road, Bruce Township. I would like to address 2 topics being considered by the Planning Commission. The first is a 3-level zoning request. I am a certified planner and spent 20 years on this Planning Commission. Bruce Township has never in its history approved a 3-level zoning change. There's never been a C3 zoning in Bruce Township. I want to applaud the Planning Commission for recommending denial of this request to the board last month. I know that it's coming back for your review. Okay? Approval of this kind of rezoning would open a Pandora's box and set a precedence that would be an unmitigated disaster for our community. The second topic is a coming up review of the master plan. Each one of you I know has this, and hopefully you know it inside and out. The last time that and you're correct to review it every 5 to 10 years. The last time we changed the Planning Commission, I did it with Joe Tangari, Mike Trombley, and other members. And just because you're reviewing it doesn't mean it has to change. I was on the Planning Commission, and at that time, when it was updated, we went through page by page, line by line, over a 2-year period with numerous public hearings to remove redundancy, conflicting statements, and any kind of information that was misunderstood or misinterpreted by both the board and the people. Okay? So this is a document that establishes what our community will look like, and we reviewed the zoning on Van Dyke and left it as it is so that this Planning Commission would be able to review what developers are intending. If you rezone it to commercial from 34 to Boardman, it would remove the Planning Commission from the review process, and the only thing you would be able to do is then review site plans. You would never be able to determine if that's the right commercial for Bruce Township. Okay? So you don't want to remove yourself from the review process. I'm an independent candidate in November 5th for supervisor, and I recommend and support keeping the master plan as it is to keep our community rural. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Robert Wood, 12255 Twin Brook. I know the last month we were here, and it was all voted down that the zoning change wouldn't go through. But then here we are again today. So I know we can talk about this later, but I want to know what transpired to make it come up on your docket again.
Do you want to address that, Anne Marie? You were at the board meeting?
Yes, being at the board representative, when it came to the board for a decision, the consensus of the board was that we should have, this group should have an opportunity to hear any further input that the planner had after having a chance to actually read the impact statement. That was the reason to come back.
So it only had to do with the impact statement.
It had to do with what our planner has to say about that and whether or not this board wants to respond or ask questions or determine what we're going to do.
But you all voted it down. So I don't understand, when you vote something down, how can somebody come back?
We just make recommendations to the board. They have final say.
Yes.
Okay, so the
So they
other
send it
board's the
back.
one that brought it back to
Yes.
you.
The township board sent it back to us.
Okay, that's what I wanted, I just wanted to clarify where it went and why it's back here today.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. That wraps up the public comment. Oop. No, we don't. That brings us to the public hearings this evening. And as I mentioned, we have 4 projects that we're hearing from tonight. First is the Merrifield Kowinski SLU, 8184 Tamarack. Is the applicant here to give us an overview of the project? Yep, come on up.
Hello, Nick Merrifield, 8184 Tamarack Lane. Long story short, basically, I have property, my whole backyard is all kind of finished, and it's kind of slopes way down. I know in our community there, we're allowed to put a outbuilding for like a standalone garage, but rather than tearing up my entire backyard, I want to just add on an extra bay onto my garage. So That's really what this is about.
Okay.
And John's the,
Yeah, right now, he's at 900 square feet. You guys only allow 1,000. He'd be just over the square footage with the extra bay. So that's all we're asking, not for a lot, just for one bay.
And so I think the information we have in front of us, increasing garage size from 920 square feet to 1280, is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so any questions for the applicant before we have Joe give us a readout on his project plan here?
I have a question. On the Bruce Township Public Records, the garage is shown at 1,022 square feet. So is that right, or is it 920?
I measured by hand 920, but
Not that I know of. We both measured by hand. If we were 920, we had an architect there, and it was 920, so.
Mandy, what did you say that was, just out of curiosity?
1,022 feet.
Okay.
I verified that as well.
Okay. All right, hold tight for a second. We're going to have Joe give us an overview of the project request, and then we may have some additional questions for you.
sounds good.
Right.
So yes, they are looking to add a bay onto a garage. The numbers on the plan, I was having a little trouble telling the difference between some of the spaces and the others, so I wound up with a 1,381 square feet for the requested size of the garage, but we can, I guess, discuss why the numbers are coming up a little differently.
Excuse me, Joe, it's 1,300 now, or the,
No, and now it's 900, but I was getting 1381, and I think that the way the plan is drawn is leading to the discrepancy, but we're just going to have to iron that out here. The proposed garage would exceed the permitted size by around 42% with that number. Site's .92 acres, located on the south side of Tamarack Lane. It's kind of a gently sloping lot. There's a house with an attached garage and a swimming pool in the backyard. It's zoned R1A. All the surrounding properties are as well. Looked at the setbacks, because an attached garage has to meet the setbacks for the principal structure, and we found that everything here does meet the setbacks for the principal structure. And then as far as height, the R1A district allows 30 feet. This is an attached garage, so it's got to meet the same standards as the principal building, and it's clear that it's not over 30 feet tall. We do have special land use approval standards for attached garages. Basically, attached garages that exceed the maximum permitted square footage may be permitted as a special land use, subject to the provisions of Section 5.1 and Planning Commission determination that there's proportionality between the size of the lot, the size of the home, street frontage, and the size of the proposed garage. The design of the garage reduces its visual presence from the public right-of-way. The garage does not exceed 60% of the square footage of the living area of the house, and the garage is integrated harmoniously into the design of the home. Existing and proposed elevations were provided. They show a continuation of the materials that are used for the house. There are two single-width garage doors facing the street. The other bay faces the side lot line. And then the proposed garage is about 53% as large as the ground floor area of the house, based on the numbers that I have here. This garage requires special land use approval because it exceeds the size permitted by right for an attached garage on a lot under 66,340 square feet. And as this is a special land use, the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the Township Board, which issues the final approval or denial.
Thank you. All right, Commissioners, any questions for Joe based on his report for this project?
got a question for Joe. Okay, so assessing records showing 1,022 square feet. And you're interpreting the existing garage is 900, is that correct, Joe?
That's the number that was provided by the applicant, and they're measuring on the ground. Assessing records are not always going to be 100%. That seems a little far off, but assessing records are definitely not always going to be 100% dead on with the square footages.
Well, we do rely on them.
Yeah.
When there's a discrepancy, I know that they go out and remeasure,
Okay.
so that can happen.
Well, in this case, it's an important factor. So, but even if it's only 900 square feet for lots that size, they're right at what they're allowed.
That's correct, yeah.
And we did, November 21, we went through our ordinance for accessory buildings and garages, benchmarked multiple communities at the north end of Macomb County. We actually increased that amount. So that's how we came to where we're currently at. And my phrase that I share each time we confront one of these is that what we do for you and an SLU indirectly can become the new standard for all others coming forward after you. Precedent.
Thank you, Rick.
Waiting to hear from other commissioners.
Other comments, commissioners?
Is there a possibility for an outbuilding in the backyard, or you just don't prefer to have one there?
There is a possibility, so basically right off of the garage where it is, I don't know if you guys have drawings that, that we sent you, but you drive up the driveway, we're adding another bay to the right. If we drive beyond that, it drops probably 15 feet,
Yeah,
maybe?
that's a natural drainage that runs behind the proving grounds and all of that. It'd be doable, but you'd have to change the whole topography of the backyard in order to put an outbuilding there without flooding the outbuilding.
Yep, and then basically, we'd have to tear out a couple trees. I figured this would be a lot less disruptive to the neighborhood and to the, to my yard basically than doing that. I mean, I could do that if I have to, and I guess if that's the only possibility, but I think this would look a lot cleaner and, be a lot easier to manage. But particularly because I've got, where I'm at, actually, my drainage from the yard to the south of me actually comes through my yard, and then it actually goes through the it wouldn't be the south, the house to the east of me drains through my yard and then into the house to the west of me. And when I went to our board, we have a 10 home community. I went to the board, and that was the only concern was drainage for the house to the west of me. And then basically when I showed them why I didn't want to do an outbuilding, why I want to do just a, extension onto the house, everybody was like, wow, that's going to be way, way easier. Let's just go that route. So that's why we're here.
Jared, can I ask Joe another question?
Of course.
Joe, based on our 900 square foot standard, we've got two bogeys, what these guys measured and what our assessing records say. Can you just clarify what's the overage based when compared to our 900 square foot limitation?
Of the proposal, the final proposed, so based on what I was seeing in the drawings, I came up with 1,381 square feet as the proposal. I believe I heard a different number said earlier, so again, I would like to clarify.
Now, are you
why that is.
starting with 900, Joe? Excuse me for interrupting.
They're going from 900 to 1,381.
And I show
That's what I
the
have.
addition is 12 by 24 that you're requesting?
12 by 30,
12 by 30.
360 square feet.
Yeah, because the drawing you provided shows 12 by 24.
24 is the depth of the garage right now. This kicks out 6 foot past the existing building.
Okay.
It should be on the
Yeah.
plans. It's the far right bay. It's 12 by 30. The existing one is 24 deep, like you said.
That comes to 1,260.
I'm sorry?
That comes to 1,260. That's just the spaces are a little hard to parse on the floor plan diagram that we were given. So their measurements are accurate. It would be 1,260 would be the final square footage.
Is it 900 or 920?
I thought it was
Written on the
920.
It'd be 1280 total.
Yeah, 1280 total, 920
total.
existing.
Okay, so it's 920 existing.
Prints are pretty clear.
And if the assessing records are correct, it would be about 100 square feet more than that?
If the assessing records are correct, yeah, it would be about a difference of 100 square feet, yeah.
122.
The measurements on the print were all laser measured inside the garage too, so by the architect. So those ones should be correct.
Yeah, his laser measurements matched my tape measure measurements.
So the difference could be between floor space and footprint, because assessing would go
That's
footprint.
possible.
Possibly.
Would that be counting like the brick
They'd
or?
be thick walls, but yeah.
Yeah, which would count from the outside, the measurements would be from the outside, whereas you would on
We
inside
measured
with floor
internal.
space.
Yeah, we measured internal floor space, was 920.
Okay.
So maybe with the brick wall or whatever.
Those would still be some thick walls though. I mean, say at 100 square feet, that's
Yeah.
a thick wall with 24, and yeah, that's.
Good point. That's what we go by,
Exterior.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, there may be other spaces, mudrooms and things that are being counted one way in one measurement and another way in the other measurement. That's,
Yeah, the mudroom in that, so the garage, basically how it sits, the home is basically a big square, and then the garages are external to that. So I know the mudroom in that wouldn't be counted in there. It might be, like you said, it might be linear footage if you were to add the thickness of the wall and the brick. You got a 2x6 plus brick, so you're 8 inches. Maybe if you add an 8-inch border around, the existing, I don't think it's gonna come up to 100 foot, but
You're not counting any mud room either in your measurement?
no, basically laid a tape down from corner to corner and corner to corner. So,
What's the appetite? I mean, we believe, unless somebody can state otherwise, that we're going exterior dimensions, so current garage is already 1022.
Well, if there's 100 square feet difference, that's a lot for the lineal square footage of the wall. Maybe have them go out and remeasure, then we have a baseline to go with.
This would be, so 360 again on top of 1022, right?
And that's where Joe got 1381, right?
Yeah, 1381, 1382.
yeah.
So, got to be honest, I'm concerned. It's a huge departure from anything that this planning commission has allowed.
I guess my only concern would be if it was, you upped your footage a year or two ago, or whatever you had said, wouldn't it have been, is there a record that it was, went in for a special land use the first time when the home was built?
Yeah, it was-
To make it over 900 the first time?
it was built in 2015, so.
I don't know that, and whatever took place would have been by prior administration. So I don't know how you got the 1022 that you currently have, but
Yeah, I don't know how that's possible. I mean, I laid a tape down physically and he,
Yeah.
his contractor that we paid, to make the drawings, came up with to the inch the exact same I came up with, but, so.
Well, it may not have been at SLU if he's at 900 and we're saying, depending on how the measurement came out, if 920 is accurate, it may have just been considered, I don't know what the standard was before.
Inconsequential.
Yeah, not significant enough to do anything about. Yeah, I get the topography challenge. It does, that certainly is the easier route for us because then we're not looking to change precedent. Your accessory building allowable space on that lot would be 1,200 square feet. And so really I assume if you did this, would that take you far enough to the edge that you couldn't put an accessory building in behind? Like you wouldn't be able to get to it around?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really.
You'd have to really dry. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the setback was 15 feet. I believe it was either 19 or 21 feet off of the lot line.
Of the neighbor's lot line,
The
yeah.
building would hit. So you could, theoretically, you could do it, but you'd be,
And I think, I mean, that's the whole thing I'm trying to avoid is tearing up the whole backyard and the drainage, because when I moved in, actually, the neighbor to the east of me did a little bit of grading, which caused my whole backyard to be flooded for probably 3 years until I finally, got that taken care of. That's the last thing I want to do is disrupt that. It's finally now, everything's been good for, 5-6 years, so. So that's why I'm just thinking add on a small bay.
You got a swimming pool back there as well, correct?
Yep.
So I guess, Rick, you asked, I think that's what I'm trying to just evaluate. Is there a trade-off? And, I think this doesn't guarantee that there wouldn't be an accessory building, but like in lieu of building an accessory structure behind the house, this
See where you're going with it.
would be an alternative.
You're going to do it a full brick?
Yep, full brick matching, basically, and we came out a little bit on the front and out a little bit on the back, so that basically there was a seam there, so we're not tying into existing brick. So basically, it's gonna look like it was always there. Same finishing materials, roof, front, back, everything. That's a rule for our association also anyways.
I don't have the ordinance up yet, Joe, but what's the maximum allowed for accessory building on .92 acres?
Should be 850.
How much?
Probably 850.
Oh, is it 850?
So if we took whatever he wants to build, the excess over what's allowed for the garage and subtracted it from the allowable amount for an accessory building, and so if you wanted to put a shed in the backyard in the future, it would be limited to, let's say, 400 square feet. I mean, is that something that we would, when you look at, like, number 6, a special land use approval, he meets everything except for the size.
Yeah.
And with the topography and the drainage issue, it seems a shame to disrupt that.
So we've got the topography and drainage issues that could help with precedent avoidance, right, Joe? Okay, and then also the applicant is willing to provide a stipulation, they already have, that's going to be full brick. And this would be in lieu and subtracted from their maximum allowable accessory building square footage based on their lot size. Anybody got anything else to add?
No, I don't know how that last part is enforceable, but because if he sells his house and the next person comes along and says, oh, I'm going to put an 850 square foot accessory building, I don't think there's anything to stop that. So,
Bill?
There is. They can go with the land as to.
I mean, a special land use approval does run with the land. I'm not sure that
In the
that's
form
an,
of a deed restriction?
yeah, well, I'm not sure that that's an ordinance-based condition, though, because the maximum garage size and the maximum accessory building size are not nested concepts in the ordinance. They're two separate standards. So I'm not sure you can limit one in service of the other as a condition of approval because it's not related to.
What about if the
Standard.
applicant offers that up as a voluntary stipulation?
Not sure that necessarily changes the situation.
But what signifies running with the land? I mean, that's on the deed, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it would show up in a title search because if there are encumbrances on the property. But again, we have two separate standards, and I'm just a little hesitant to change the way they need to comply in the future with a standard that is not the standard that we're currently making a decision on.
Making a decision on
Because
garage.
we're making a decision on the garage, maximum size of the garage. The maximum size of a detached accessory building is a separate consideration in the zoning ordinance, and I'm not sure encumbering that separate consideration in the future is tied enough to the decision at hand to pass muster as a condition of approval.
But if you ever came back for this, an accessory building, just based on the numbers that he's got, that if we were to approve it, that he's got, he wouldn't be allowed that. Am I right?
He would, because this would be a garage, so he would still be allowed one accessory
Yeah,
building.
it still gets an
But there's
accessory,
still
attached
limitations on the
accessory.
size of a garage.
Right, but it's a different
Right.
number than the accessory building size.
Right,
They're not connected in any way.
they're separate standards.
So probably not worth running it past Christine. Agreed, Joe?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, to me, when I look at the layout of the property and where this is being proposed, it's kind of, not a whole lot of room left on the right side of it to then add a driveway without getting to the lot line. So, to me, I think it's practically, it wouldn't be possible to add an accessory building behind, and that,
Yeah.
to me, would, I'd be comfortable,
It'd encumber the access to where an accessory building would go on your property, right?
Yes, and there's also, I mean, for what it's worth, they're removable, but there's a pear tree that would have to come out and a big white pine that would also have to come out in order to even think about getting back there, let alone placing an
But I mean,
outbuilding.
after the
Especially after.
addition-
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right. Should we cut to the chase? Ready? Anybody want to take on a motion?
I think it's you or me.
You, me or you?
I think it's you or anybody, hey, anybody wants to do it, let's do it.
Go ahead. I did the last one.
Okay.
But give others an opportunity to weigh in.
Yep, anybody, any other comments or thoughts around what conditions or parameters we would consider for this?
No, I think we hit everything with the topography, the drainage issue. I don't know if common sense weighs in, but
Brick,
yeah, and that's all what he submitted
right?
from the beginning.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and make a motion to recommend to the board approval of the SLU at 8184 Tamarack in Bruce Township to increase the attached garage space to a total of 1381 based on the following conditions. The topography of the parcel makes the addition of an accessory building in the rear yard more challenging for the applicant, in addition to the drainage issues that exist and would potentially be further intensified with adding an accessory building in the rear yard. Coupled with this, the consistency in building materials that the applicant has committed to use with this structure, and based on the likelihood that it would be highly enabled to create an accessory structure in the rear yard in the future.
Do you want to change from a total of 1381 to a 360 square foot addition?
I'm agreeable to that,
If
just
that's
based
what
on
they're
the,
proposing. That way, there's no, if there, because of the discrepancy to start with.
Yeah, clean, I agree, it's cleaner,
I
right?
like that, yeah.
So I amend the motion, Dana, to call out a 360 square foot increase in garage size.
Or do you want to add anything about this alleviating the removal of trees?
Yeah, we can include that as well. Also based on the, this design does not require the removal of any existing trees on the property.
One last thing is we were talking about interior versus exterior dimensions. So we want to state that that 360 is based on exterior dimensions, which is what the assessor will be measuring.
Yeah, we can clarify that. 360 square feet measured based on the exterior.
Shrink down.
Yeah.
Oh, that works for us.
Good. So that was the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vincent, seconded by Cant. Any other discussion before we call the vote? Hearing none, Dana, would you call the roll, please?
Boyce,
Yes.
Barnett,
Yes.
Laylock,
Yes.
Cant,
Yes.
Hagelstein,
Yes.
Cupits,
Yes.
Vincent.
Yes.
Sorry, Jim.
Motion passes. So this will go to the board in, I always get this wrong, but 2 weeks, Dana?
2 weeks.
2 weeks for final approval or
Awesome.
from them.
Cool. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Thank you for your patience.
All right, thank you, everybody. Moving on, we are on item 7B. Oh, shoot, we didn't open the public hearing on that one, darn it. That was my fault.
Do it now.
You should definitely.
Yes, okay. I made a mistake on that one. We never opened the public hearing for that SLU. So we're going to open the public hearing. I'll make a motion to open at 6:41 PM. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Cupits. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The opposed, nay. All right, my apologies. If you are here to speak on the Tamarack 8184 SLU, I know it's backwards now, but you are welcome to come to the podium and share any comments. All right, seeing no comments, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing at 6:42 PM.
Second.
Seconded by Cant. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, we will not miss that again. 7B is the Muir rezoning project. So, this is the one that came back from the board from the July meeting. As Anne Marie gave us an update, there was some questions from the applicant, and I think there was an agreement to revisit it from the planning commission that would give our planner a chance to weigh in on the impact study. So I don't know if there's any other questions or comments from the applicant, but if not, oh, you're good. Hi, Dan.
Hello again. The only other thing outside of what Joe is going to look at is the amendment to C2 from C3.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, my understanding is that they are amending their request from C3 to C2, so that is, changes the consideration a little bit, because there's a different set of uses that are permitted in C2 rather than C3. C3 is the most permissive commercial district. C2 is less permissive, and has different, dimensional standards as well, so the setbacks are different in the C2 district versus the C3 district. I will actually give you a little summary of that right now for the benefit of everyone who doesn't have an ordinance to look at. The list of uses in C3 is extremely long. I'm not going to read through it or anything, but just suffice to say that if it's a commercial use, it's permitted in the C3 district. Whereas the C2 district is somewhat more limited. We allow, this is office zoned right now, we allow pretty much any type of office in the C2 district, just like we would in the office district. Uses that are permitted in the immediately abutting residential district are also permitted in the C2 district. So that's generally speaking, homes and places of worship, schools, and not much else. Other things that are listed in C2 as permitted uses, so uses by right, include like retail bakeries, banks and other financial institutions, cleaning and dyeing distribution shops, which is a use that I'm not particularly familiar with, to be honest. Drugstores, but not with drive-throughs. Restaurants where there's no live entertainment, that excludes fast food restaurants. Florists and retail sales, newsstands, indoor retail establishments, as opposed to retail establishments which are selling things outdoors. Personal service establishments, which would include like a barber shop or a spa or a salon. Party stores, photographic studios, public utility offices. It's just another type of office, really. Indoor theaters, places of worship are specifically permitted here as well. Other types of stores, it says it singles out bicycle sales and secondhand stores and permits them. And then small, like vocational schools are another option. Print shops, sign shops, blueprinting, and then physical fitness establishments. And then there are a set of special land uses as well. So outdoor merchandising, like plant nursery or something, would be a special land use in that district. Automobile gas and service stations would be a special land use as well, but they have to be developed as part of a larger planned shopping center, so there's not a standalone gas station available in that district. Nursery schools, daycare facilities, funeral homes, banquet halls. You can have a drive-through with a bank or pharmacy, but not with a restaurant in this district. And then like fraternal lodges and larger physical fitness establishments that are over 5,000 square feet are the other special land uses that are permitted in this district. So a fairly healthy sampling of commercial uses permitted in the district, but it's not as expansive as C3. The other thing to think about is that C2 has a set of setbacks that is different from C3. So in the C2 district, we have larger front setbacks than we would in the C3. The C3 district is pretty much 40 feet all around. It's 45 in the front. And then in the C2 district, hang on a second. I have to look at one other thing. Trouble here. At any rate, the setbacks are larger. They're in the 50 and 60 range.
Setbacks are larger in the C2.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's 75 feet front setback,
It is.
60 feet rear,
Yes.
and 40 for the sides.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that's exactly it. So, and then they have the same height limit of 30 feet. So that's the difference between what was originally being requested and what's being requested now. As for the impact statement, I mean, I have reviewed it, and, I mean, you received a summary of it at the last meeting, and that was a very accurate summary of the contents of the report. So I guess I won't rehash the contents of the report for you. I mean, generally speaking, its conclusions about, soil types and topography and things like that are accurate. They certainly reflect the condition of the land. The most discussed, as you probably imagine, impact that was examined in the report is traffic. And they looked at, the nearby intersections, major intersections and minor intersections. And, the assertion of the report is essentially that there's not going to be a service level change. The service level is already extremely low with the neighboring intersections, and it will remain extremely low. There is a recommendation in the report for changing the signalization at the intersection of Van Dyke and M53. That, of course, would have downstream effects on M53. The conclusions here are focused on the effect on Van Dyke and traffic waiting to leave Van Dyke onto 53. You're going to have effects on 53 if you change the timing of that signal, because you've got another signal to the south, of course, at 32 Mile. And as we know, at certain times of day, those two signals, the traffic can start talking to each other from the two signals. So I don't know what the effect of that would be. It's not really reflected here. So that's something to consider as a, just as you're considering the implications of the report. Are there any specific questions about the report that I can get into?
I have a question, Joe.
Sure.
I'm trying to find the page of the impact report, but there was a display about the increased traffic based on the different kinds of things that could fall within C3.
Sure.
And here it is. I'm seeming to recall that
What page are you on?
it was page 28 of the July 2nd impact statement.
Yep.
Some of the things that are listed in terms of what this particular study assessed would cause by way of new trips. Strip retail plaza, supermarket, pharmacy, drugstore. This did say with the drive-through. Fast food with the drive-through, convenience store, gas station. In your estimation, would some of these figures be the same for C2 to the extent that they would allow these kind of examples?
To the extent that the uses that are examined in the report are permitted in C2, and not all of them are, particularly restaurants with a drive-through wouldn't be permitted here. A pharmacy with a drive-through would. Yeah, it would be the same, because it's the same use, just with a different zoning classification, yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions for Joe before we open the public hearing?
Got a question for Joe. Under C2, special land use, it says, and you already touched on it, automobile gas and service station is a special land use when developed as part of a larger planned shopping center.
That's correct.
That's pretty subjective. How, you got any additional information to provide about how that could be quantified or qualified?
Oh, you mean in terms of what would constitute a larger planned shopping center?
Yes.
I mean, you would need multiple other tenant spaces in separate tenant units, so,
I think we actually have a definition of a shopping center.
Do we?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think it's just 3.
Yes.
Three
yeah,
minimum?
Let me verify
Look,
that.
he's
but-
going to get it. I can't find it.
Yes, 3 or more commercial establishments developed in accordance with an overall plan and design and built as an interrelated project. So
And the
you would
gas
need
station
3
would be
tenant
one of the
spaces.
3.
I would assume so, yes.
Correct. So you're looking at just 2 more.
Right.
I was having a similar question as you, Rick, because on the surface, it feels like this is a more palatable option because it's lowering the types of building or establishments that could be there, but it feels like there's still a possibility via SLU for what we've understood the
It would-
intentions to be.
It would need to come through this planning commission before that could be allowed.
Right, yep, agreed.
Yeah, that's correct. It would go through the PC and the board for site plan and special land use approval.
Okay.
This is even at C2, it's still a multi-level jump in change in zoning.
Yep.
So,
That's correct.
and we know that we have multiple opportunities for public comment coming up with our master plan review.
Let's just hear the input.
Oh, okay, all right.
Jared was going to open the
So
public hearing.
let's move on to the public hearing for the Muir rezoning request. Make a motion to open the public hearing at 6:56 PM.
Second.
Seconded by Barnett. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? All right, the public hearing is now open for the Muir rezoning. If you are here to speak on this topic, please come up to the podium and address the commissioners.
Paul Okoniewski, even two-level zoning is extremely rare. And the applicant, just a couple weeks ago, was adamant he needed a C3 to put in a gas station, which he can't even make sure that happens, because it could be anything in that zoning. You can claim one thing, but when he sells it to the developer can come and do anything they want in that rezoning. Has the applicant shown that he cannot absolutely use the current zoning or one level? Okay, that's part of your standard. You should say, has he shown us to the nth degree that he can't possibly develop it under the current zoning or even one level? Even two-level zoning is extreme, and it's been very rare. You look back in the history of the Planning Commission, Bruce Township, and it's maybe been only a couple times in the last 20, 30 years that even two-level zoning has gone through. So be very careful. This is how they operate. You know, now it's a little more palatable, I'll drop it down a level. He comes back with an SLU. All right, so be very careful on your consideration here.
Thank you.
Gary Shostak, Twin Brook subdivision. I'm not even going to mention the traffic conditions because we already know about that. Our main concern is still the environmental. Even with a C2 and they want to build a gas station, they don't have any skin in the game as far as their drinking water. That's our drinking water. If something should happen, what recourse do we have? That's number one. They did their study on the environmental impact, and they said there's little to no environmental impact. Well, I'm sure they said the same thing about Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island, but changing the zoning can set a very dangerous precedent, as they mentioned. Other property around there is going to want to build up eventually. And now we have a growth explosion. Most of us moved here because it's a quiet community. We already have a quaint little shopping center, Fiddler's Cove, and across the street. We already have a shopping center with a gas station and a Tim Hortons at 32 Mile. So that's, shouldn't even be on the table there. And like he said, it could be a very dangerous precedent set. Thank you.
Carol Garcia, Twin Brook Drive. There's a couple of people couldn't be here today, and they're opposed to this for the simple reasons their condos face the freeway there, where they want to put the gas station supposedly. And we're very concerned with the VLCs going through the air. That's one thing, and whatever, the gas and the oil and all that seeping through our wells. You know, it's easy to say, I want to put something there when it doesn't affect you. You know, and with all due respect,
No,
Walker.
let's address the commission, please.
I mean, I know you want to make a buck, but, you know, don't do it at the expense of everybody that lives on Twin Brooks. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. I'm opposed to it. We moved out here to be in a rural area where it's quiet, and all of a sudden now they want to put a gas station. No telling what else. The traffic is horrific right now. We got people coming down Van Dyke to go on M53 to go wherever. We can't hardly get out of our subs sometimes during, you know, 4 to 5 o'clock. So I'm totally opposed to this. My neighbors that can't be here are opposed to this. And like I say, it affects them mostly on that side because whatever's there could seep through their wells, and the wells are not super deep. So, also, the noise. I mean, when you have businesses, you're going to find all kind of noise. Our property values are going to drop. And like Gary said, to piggyback on that, we moved out here to be in a rural, quiet area, not to be here with all this commotion. And the environment contamination with the VOCs, benzene, and all that would come off from the gas station. And who knows, it could have a fire, an explosion one day. It's happened to other places. Not beside that, we already have 5 gas stations in the area. We don't need any more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Goyke, Cosmos Circle. Yeah, I understand the property has to be developed, but let's go back a bit. When this started in November of '23, when you had the Planning Commission, and you gave the gentleman till February to come back. Nothing went on. June, the Planning Commission brought up his name on the zoning board to have him come to you. If there's a deadline February, why do we reach out to somebody in June to come back, to come out? Deadlines don't mean anything. And I have a really good source that there's a dentist office that's looking to build there. You should look into that. And that's all I got to say, but I thought we have guidelines here, you know, when you said November to February and then nothing goes on, and then June, you're reaching out to them? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bob Wood, Twin Brooks. I brought a booklet. I hope you guys had a chance to look at it last Tuesday. I dropped it off here to Mike Philbrook. I hope you guys got to look through it. Did anybody look at it?
I'm not aware of the booklet. Dana, do you know?
Yeah, it was in our packet.
Oh, is it the well, okay, yes. Yes, we have it.
So you all seen it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. There was petition signed in there, so we had everybody in Twin Brook.
Yeah.
And then we got some other signatures over there at the party store because, you know, it's going to affect their business. If somebody goes in there with a gas station and a convenience store, it's going to affect them that they, you know, have a business there and everything. But I think the main thing here is it's all about the environmental. I mean, I put well logs in that book too. We have, one well is 33 foot deep. And a lot of them are, I think we have 17 wells over there out of 48 that are 60 feet and shallower. So, I mean, it's clearly known, you know, in the environmental stage of Michigan, everything, these gas stations leak, the fittings leak, you got runoff in the water, and 30-foot wells and stuff, you know, it's going to take on that contaminants. 1 gallon of gasoline is a million gallons of water. So I think the biggest thing is, we know it needs to be developed. We all moved there knowing that it was office in R1. We're fine with that. Something like that, fine, let's do it. But to go to something like this, it's gonna ruin that whole neighborhood up in that area. You got the big sub over there with the big houses. Those people are gonna be looking, the lights are gonna be lit up right on their corner, you know? They'd have to be very disappointed in that. I think the board, we just need to cool. I know, inflation's bad, people aren't building stuff right now. Once we get down the road a little bit, if there could be another R1 that it is there, and you could put even more than 48 condos in that spot. I mean, you guys are getting $300,000 a year or something in taxes off of our one little side street. A gas station's only gonna give you what, 30 or 40 a year? So, I mean, you gotta look at the end game here, Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kerry Alato. I own the Van Dyke Liquor. At the same time, I used to run a gas station, and the impact of the gas station is more dramatic than people really think. The gas, the traffic, everything quadruples. It's going to have so much more effect, for the people that are trying to get in and out of, M53 and Van Dyke. You're going to have more accidents. It just changes the whole game when it becomes a gas station instead of a different kind of business that isn't going to withdraw so much traffic, and it's just way different. I was on 9 Mile in Sherwood, big difference of accidents coming in and out. Just the gas leaking, like everybody's saying, it does happen. And you do have people running into the gas pumps or just pulling off with the pumps inside, leaking gas everywhere. It will happen because it happened to us when I was there. It's just that we don't need another gas station. Like she said, we have 5 already in town. We don't need another one to cause more problems and more environmental. So that's the best thing, is take a look at something else that they were saying that we need to put in there than a gas station that will ruin, the environment. I moved out this way to get away from all the traffic and, gas stations, all the little stuff, just to be, closer to the environment and more headache. So, no gas station.
Hi, how you doing? I'm George Van Hootie. I'm a local farmer. Most of these people, probably my customers, Northern Farm Market. Okay, there we go. Well, you know what, that we all use gasoline, right? That location there, I always thought, Township Hall would be nice there. Things like, housing and whatever, because you got housing all around it. But me personally, I'm sick and tired of going to town to get gasoline all the time. I think the perfect place for a gas station would be at a corner of 34 and Van Dyke, 35 or Eveling Road. That's on the main corridor. It's not really affecting anybody, basically. But the trouble is, there's nothing zoned out there to do any kind of this stuff. You guys been slipping for the last 20 years, And so, if something would go in, a gas station, I would really press on putting it on Van Dyke. And make, you got 40,000 cars a day, and I read an article where they're saying that you got 1,000 cars a day more goes on Van Dyke every year. So it's not going to stop, folks. It's going to keep on growing like a tree.
Let's address the commissioner. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Terry Jones. I live in Twinsbrook on Cosmo Circle. I totally agree with the environmental study here done by Mr. Wood. The one thing I do want to tell you is about the traffic study here for safety issues. I was a law enforcement officer down in Florida. I came up here to retire. I love this area. It's very nice, calm. That's what I want to live in. Now, every day, I hear cars going up and down Van Dyke, and you know what the majority of them are? Emergency vehicles. That's the one thing you have to factor in here, because they use Van Dyke to get to M53 to go north. You know, and maybe you want to look into your studies, because we've had 26 crashes at that intersection so far this year, at 53 and Van Dyke, at that intersection. So you might think a lot of vehicles, but think about the emergency vehicles that have to get through there, coming over from here, and they come right down Van Dyke, and that's what they use as their thoroughway to get through. And we have a lot of calls of service to our area in Twinsbrook because of the elderly people. Now, please look at that, because you need access for emergency vehicles to get through also. Not just regular vehicles, not vehicles just going through to get, you know, going from point A to point B to get to 53, but you have to have emergency vehicles also at every time of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll wait. Sorry.
Yeah, you,
I just wanted to, one more caution, it's about spot zoning. All right, you C2 there, you're going to have the next developer come in and want to do C2 next to it, so you have to be very careful about doing spot zoning, especially when there's no water and sewer to that area.
Dan Tripp on Twinsbrook. I first started out here on Gates, just down the road here, and when they opened up Twinbrook, how nice it was and everything else like that. It was the ambience and everything else. I just want to point out, anything you put out there, even though it could be a quarter mile away, if you have night lights, it's going to affect everything. So, and noise and things like that. So, you know, I moved out here, like I say, 8 years on Gates and then 16 here. You know, you got to be careful what we put in there. Residential would be all right.
Thank you. Anybody else on the Muir rezoning?
Don Griffin from Twin Brooks, 11878. I just want to reiterate some of the things that's already been said. First of all, I got a question. Is there any amount of gas stations that are allowed in certain areas? I mean, is it 20 to 100 square feet, or is it 20 to, how many gas stations are allowed in a certain area?
There's not really a standard for that.
So they can put 20 in on Van Dyke?
If they had the zoning for it.
Okay. All right, that's one thing. The other thing is, no matter what you put up there, you guys all know the danger that's involved in that section down there on Van Dyke, Old Van Dyke and Expressway. You got 4 lights from 32 Mile Road down to 34. And the traffic that goes north and south is at a high rate of speed most of the time. It's always construction, most of the time it's construction traffic. It's high speed cars and trucks going back and forth. In order to do anything there, that, to me, that whole area has got to be redesigned for off-ramp and on-ramp, if anything goes in there at all. You just can't expect nothing to happen when you got cars going north, trying to get off of there, crossing the expressway, to get onto whatever's there. It's impossible. I don't care what kind of study they run. It's the most dangerous corner I've ever seen. People turning left that are going north, turning left onto Old Van Dyke, they're taking their life in their hands because they got cars coming south that had just barreled through the light on 34 and are trying to make the light at Van Dyke and the expressway. So it's a dangerous corner. You got to think about whatever you're putting in there, and it's got to be, that whole area has got to be redesigned for traffic pattern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Wood, Twin Brooks. I missed one thing I wanted to talk about. Based on the, there's a regulation on distance from a gas tank in the ground. So it can range anywhere from 800 feet from that tank to 2,000 feet, where you can't have a well in there. So if it was Zone C2, and let's say you come back with a special land use, you give them that for the gas station goes in. Tanks will probably be either in the front or back of the property, really doesn't matter. The booklet that I handed over here to you guys last week, it had a GPS map study, and it had measurements on it. And basically, the minimum is 800 feet from Eagle and Macomb County Health Department. So that's the minimum. I swung an arc on there, and it takes away a big chunk of the R1 behind it if you left at R1. So that means that R1's wasted land you can't do much with because you can't put a well there. Based on our wells being 30, 40, 50 feet deep, Eagle and Macomb County will probably come back and increase that minimum. It could go to 1,200 feet, it could go to 15, it could go all the way to 2,000. I swung an arc on that map too. That wipes out our condo association and all the wells there. So that's something we got to be really careful about. Thank you.
All right, last call on the Muir rezoning, public comment, public hearing. All right, seeing nobody moving up, we're going to make a motion to close the public hearing at 7:16 PM.
Second.
Seconded by Kupitz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? All right, it's back to the commissioners.
Ask Mr. Walker a question.
Yeah, Dan, you got to come over here, please.
Hello.
Yeah, I have a question, Dan, please. When you were here, I think both in December as well as last month, you said that in all the time you've had the property listed, that the only calls you got were for a gas station.
That's correct.
Okay. And you also came forward and gave us a concept plan for a gas station?
If that's what was in the impact study?
Yes.
Yep.
That's what
We use the most dense use.
Okay.
Yep.
So my question now is, since you changed the request to C2, do you have anything comparable to share with us in terms of, I understand you're not going to be doing the development, but.
I'm glad
What's
you
your-
understand that.
I understand. What's your thinking on what's going to happen there now that you've changed it to
Yeah.
C2?
Well, so I'd like to clarify a couple things. Number one, I am not the owner of this property. Number two, I am not going to buy or develop this property. So for any future campaign stumps that come up here, that should be clarified. The other bit of it is this drop to C2 wasn't intended to be some sort of circumvention to, oh, there's an SLU for a gas station. Actually, I'll offer it up right now. It can be a conditional rezoning to C2 that SLU is not allowed. That's not the intent. We've heard it. We get it. We heard you, we heard them, we get it. If you look at 01, special land uses, pretty much anything under C2 can be an SLU under 01. It's very non-descriptive, broad language that lists a few things and then it says, however, of the like, shall not be limited to. So my job in this process is to obviously find something that fits. It's 800 feet away, and I know there were more than a few eyebrows raised at the last meeting when Mr. Blaylock mentioned that a C2 parcel actually touches Twin Brooks parcel, which is true, because I don't think a lot of people know that. Approximately 800 to 850 feet from this property line is another C2 parcel. So my intent at the last meeting, of course, was to have this kind of work out, because that's the way that it's been done in the past. Clearly, we're going in a different direction, and that's okay. So decided to just voluntarily offer that reduction up here, all right? And so I think that what it does, Ms. Boyce, is it provides a lot more options for potential developers who don't need to then go into it with the thought process of, okay, we can do it, but we need an SLU to do it. Here's what it is and we can do it, you know? So here's C2. We're offering up the condition of no SLU for, I still don't totally understand how you get a gas station in there, but strike it out. Here's C2, here's what we can do. It makes the process a lot smoother, not just for us, but for you guys too, so you don't have a parade of people coming in saying, hey, we have it under contract on the condition of, and so forth. And as it relates to the extensions, I'll go ahead and cover that for you all so you don't have to defend yourselves. There's a paper trail for everything. It's common courtesy. We've asked for extensions and they've been granted, so there's nothing been done in the dark. It's been out there. Any other questions?
Any other questions for Dan while he's up here?
Thanks.
Dan, I got a question.
Yep.
And I was out of process earlier. Everybody knows that we're going to be accepting public comment for potential changes to the master plan. So I think Joe's timeline, that whole process would be complete less than a year, correct? So if we made a decision here, it's a decision based on the planning commission. You've been a planning commissioner here, you know how that works. Versus, my opinion is it's more conservative to give those that are here and even a greater audience an opportunity to provide feedback of what they'd like to see there. Frequently, regularly, we hear, I don't want this, I don't want that. But change is inevitable. So I would submit that rather than no, it's what would you prefer to see as a resident having an opportunity to provide feedback on that piece of property as well as others that will be addressed during the master plan review. So bottom line, that being said, if you were receptive to postponing this, I don't believe it'd be out of process. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but I would be willing to support a motion recommending to the board that your rezoning request be delayed pending the outcome of the master plan.
I mean, I'm fine with that. Obviously, the rest of the commissioners have to agree with that, but
I can't think of a more conservative way to approach it.
I
Go ahead.
comment on that, and Dan, you were a commissioner, and I think you can probably appreciate the fact that we're having a lot of things come to us in terms of change this, and then somebody down the street is saying, well, change it the other way. So one of the reasons we're opening up the master plan is to make sure we have it right. And there's no plan, like has been suggested, that we're going to be doing there's an underhand plan to do any whole-scale rezoning. That is not it at all. We're doing due diligence to make sure what we have is correct and to take the public input on that. Having said all that, I find myself struggling to make a decision on what you've presented, and I do recognize it's a step down. Appreciate the stipulation that there would be no gas station. But I feel like we may be making a decision in a vacuum if we were to say yes, or we were to say no in terms of recommending this, when the board just 2 weeks ago approved looking at the master plan. We're going to talk about it later tonight. I actually think the timeline is somewhere closer to 8 months. So that's just my comment on it.
I don't think there's a question for me to answer, but
No,
I get what
I
you're
would-
saying.
my comment
Yeah,
was
yeah,
for-
okay.
for the
Yep.
board.
Understood.
So maybe just to clarify, you are open to waiting to see what the master plan review
I think if that's what you guys all feel more comfortable with, then I'm good with it. I think she'll be good with it.
Yeah, I share Emery's just confliction on this, is we could say no, and then a year from now, who knows, maybe it gets rezoned and you have the green light, or we say yes, and maybe we wish we wouldn't have. So I think the timing of this is challenging to try to, without knowing what that end result of the master plan opening is going to be, I would support Rick's suggestion to pause this pending the outcome of the master plan review.
And that, you think next 5-6 months?
Well, Emery shared 8. Joe, you're going to be running the workshops. So reasonable, customary, you just did this for Washington Township and that.
It's in our package.
Yeah, the timeline is in there.
Yeah.
Always easier to ask than look.
Yeah, he was estimating if things all went according to plan, we didn't encounter any delays or had extra things we need to look at. He's roughly looking at April of next year, but then we have the mandatory
Right.
comment
there's 2
period.
months for the comment period
Right.
there that kind of, you have to.
So it's next summer.
So June.
Yeah.
June-ish, yeah.
Okay. And it's essentially the way it would work, correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to go and do all of this with the master plan, and if that weren't already rezoned to a C2 as part of your master plan review, then this just basically stays open and we come back and get voted on, right?
Suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, you would certainly be welcome to come during the public hearings and
Sure.
comments to make your reasoning for
Yeah.
basically repeating what you've said here.
I'm just saying this is, procedurally, this is essentially just being tabled until the master plan's over.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Let us serve as the paper trail.
And we do, reiterating what
Don't
Emery.
gotta worry about me.
Reiterating what Emery just shared, we encourage your input, all, as well as others, more the merrier, all along the way. We stand a better chance of getting it right with more of the community involved.
All right.
Appreciate
That's
everybody's
it.
attendance here. This is what makes
Thanks, Dan.
our township
Can I make a comment?
good.
Yep,
So,
go ahead.
Okay.
You're going to,
No, I'm just going to make a comment.
okay, go ahead.
When I moved to Bruce Township, there was 1 traffic light. Now there's 2. I was almost killed on the first one because a truck, not paying attention, came barreling through. I had seen the light turn red, started my move out to the lane, noticed the truck driver was on his phone, talking, laughing, and I hit the gas and I just made it clear. Second thing I was going to mention is when the second light went in, it wasn't very long before the first person died. It was a woman, and I'm going to say, I don't have the facts, but it was somewhere a month or 2 of those 2 lights. Since then, it's gotten better. It still was a problem. So, gas station, in my mind, if I'm on this committee, which I intend to be when that happens, is a no. No matter what. And I think Dan understands that and is doing a good job of getting back with the people. But you need to keep an eye on it. You're doing the right thing. And as this master plan is work through all the work is done. Have someone that's checking in, make sure that through Dana, you get a copy of that, I think. But the number of people that have taken their time to come out here is not without notice. And we all live in Bruce Township. Miranda is my neighbor now, and I'm just north of that light. So we'll be sensitive to it. And Mike, our public servant, he also has heard the conversation that I just gave to you more than once. So stay diligent and keep coming.
Thanks, Ed. So, Joe, do we need to have a motion for this tabling?
You would.
Okay. Rick, do you want to own that?
Okay, so hearing no objection from fellow commissioners or the applicant, I'd like to submit a motion to our board recommending table for the rezoning at the Muir property, parcel number 140126100010, to remain open until completion of our master plan review.
I don't think it's a recommendation to the board to table. I believe we have the authority, correct, Joe, to table.
Okay, so
We make the decision.
Change it.
Okay, so
Make a motion to table.
motion to table, duly noted. Thank you, Anne Marie.
Motion by Hagelstein. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Cant. Any further discussion before we vote? Hearing none. Dana, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Arnett,
Yes.
Laylock,
Yes.
Cant,
Yes.
Cubits,
Yes.
Vincent,
Yes.
and
Yes.
Boyce.
Yes.
Motion carries. All right, next up, 7C is the Walker rezoning, parcel 1401-14300-010 on Van Dyke. Dan or Roger, are you guys going to speak on this one?
All right, this one is mine. So basically, I think this is another one that's kind of been grinding through for a long time. Moved it to as late as we could with the extension to this meeting. It's about a 20-acre parcel on M53 that originally we had offered as a conditional rezoning that it could only be a storage facility. That's since been amended to just a straight rezone to M1, no conditions offered. And I believe that's what's before you tonight.
All right. Questions for Dan?
I have a question.
Go for it.
I wasn't on the PC last summer,
You were not.
but if I'm not mistaken, I was there watching, and I just want to make sure I have it right. What you're proposing now, I believe, is the same as your proposal in...
Initially, I think you're right.
Yes, in July of last year.
Yes,
Yep.
that is correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Sharp cookie.
Other questions? I guess, Dan, before you leave, anything you can add as to what why the change?
Well, it just doesn't fit. There's been, this got dragged on for so long that there's a huge storage facility getting built across on the northwest corner of Dryden Road and 53. That there's already earth movers out there. It's already been approved. It's already got its SLU and gone through the township. And there is soon to be a second one from another rather large business owner in the Elmont area that will be up near Emily City. I just don't see taking the risk when we're only pigeonholed to a storage facility when we have two really nice ones that are going to be going up a couple miles up the road.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything from Joe on this one, since we've already heard the project and anything.
I mean, if you want me to answer any questions or remind anybody of any details or anything like that, I can.
I got a suggestion, maybe we could go through M1 permitted and special land uses just for the benefit of those that are in attendance.
Yeah.
LI1 is the new,
Yes, the new name for it. Should bring that. That's being added to the book right now, so.
Yeah.
Hang on one sec. So yes, the, was called the M1 district. It's now called the LI1 district. It's the same district, just with a different name. And the list of permitted uses there, what includes offices, so any kind of office would be permitted there. Research, design, testing, pilot, experimental uses, that would include like prototyping, model fabrication, product development, educational and design facilities, laboratories, data processing, computer centers, various creative and other types of sort of lab and research facilities. Light industrial, which includes kind of your light assembly, manufacturing, packaging, etc. It's kind of the meat of the district. Then you have special land uses. There's only a pretty short list of special land uses. Wireless communication towers, utility and public service facilities, trade technical schools, and then you've got well, I mean, that's actually it. That's the full list now. So, yeah, you've got, basic light industrial uses. And outdoor storage can be included as an accessory to those uses as well. So, it's another thing to think about.
You're talking as an accessory to
Yes.
those uses. So did you give further explanation on how you define that, Joe?
Sure, you've got to have a business operating in a building, but as part of those operations, you could have a yard that's got your vehicles and your supplies and other things in it.
Joe, would you also maybe like to briefly comment about the requirements that we have around how those uses are developed in terms of setbacks, landscaping? I know we have pretty strict standards.
Yeah, we do have landscaping, and we have a material standard for the front of any non-residential building within a certain distance of the right-of-way. And then as far as that particular district's dimensional standards, setbacks, et cetera, we have a front setback of 35, a rear setback of 30, and a setback to non-M1 property of 50 feet. And side setbacks within the M1 district it could be up at the property line, but if it's not next to an M1 district, it's got to be 50 feet.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And the height limit
Joe?
is 40 feet.
You say height is 40 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Joe before we open the public hearing? Technically, the public hearing is still open, is it not?
Close it.
I would have to.
Oh, I think it's table. I don't think we ever closed the public hearing.
Yeah. So if there's anybody who wants to speak, they're,
So I don't have to open it.
yeah.
Okay.
So you can just close it when you're ready.
Okay. All right, so 7:40 PM, we're going to open the public hearing. If anybody's here to speak on the Walker rezoning request to M1 for the property on Van Dyke, welcome to the podium. Please tell us your name and try to limit your comments to 3 minutes or so.
Sounds good, thank you. Good evening, I'm Jim Santilli. I'm the president of the Elkhorn Estates Association, and we represent 47 sold lots in our subdivision. So we oppose this request to rezone the vacant property from R1 Single Family Residential to M1 Industrial. Obviously, bordering the property, Elkhorn Estates would be most impacted by this rezoning request. And we did give you guys a copy of the letter, and on the back, it does show an area of where there's several homes and the property is located behind it. Some of the resident concerns include, obviously, their natural view. A lot of these residents spent a good amount of money building homes there fairly recently, and this is a major reason why residents moved to Bruce Township, and obviously that could now be taken away from them and replaced by buildings. Light and noise pollution taken away from our current rural atmosphere. The rezone request does not conform with the Bruce Township master plan elected officials agreed to follow, and that's one thing we're seeing. I know Rick, you and I had sat in this room back in 2020, and if I recall correctly, most of the candidates for office were talking about keeping the township rule and upholding the master plan. So obviously a deviation could spark other rezone requests along M53. Also, reduction of property values is a concern. So the Elkhorn Estates Association is urging you to deny this rezone request. Another thing I want to mention is traffic. So Randy, I know you know, I spent 23 years in the traffic safety arena, 13 years leading a transportation safety agency, and one of the things you get concerned about are, what's going to go there, how's it going to impact traffic volumes. Obviously when you have a development, you get an increase of right angle crashes, head-on left turn crashes, which tend to be fatal and result in severe injuries. So I'm not sure if any trip generation report was done, depending on what's going to go there. But that's something, obviously we'd be interested in. And I'm sure a lot of the residents are going to talk about their concerns who border that. So again, we urge you to oppose this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Schollenberger. I live at Bugle Lake Road. My property is right in back of where he wants to be. So I just moved there September, and I was hoping to move into a nice rural area. Now I'm going to be looking at a parking lot. Now, we went from a storage facility, which I was against because, again, I'm going to have runoff from their property and all the noise, and looking at a parking lot. I tried to move out of the city, not to move into the city. So now they're bringing the city out to me, which is, I guess they can do that, but I'm not for it. Now we went from, a storage facility, nobody put anything in there. I'm going to have a Ford plant, for instance, with all the zoning impacts. I know you get a lot of taxes from it. I understand that, but you're screwing all the people that just moved in and spent a lot of money. A lot of times, a good part of their savings to build a place here. This is supposed to be a rural area. That's what a lot of people moved here for. And now we're going to start changing it up. If you move one to M1, the whole M53 is going to become M1 all the way up. Because one guy gets it, everybody gets it. And now we'll have another who just moved Shelby Township up the street. And that's not what we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm George Van Hootie. We were, I kind of like listening to all this here, the last meetings from Roger Walker and everything. If it's done right, you put a berm up, you plant trees in front, you leave the fence line that's there, it's not going to hurt you guys.
Let's
No, it's not going to hurt you guys at all.
Let's address the commissioners,
Okay,
please.
well, but it's not going to hurt with these residents. It's a quiet, it's going to be storage out there. It's not like a gas station going in and out. I just don't understand. Well, you got a good tax base coming in. It's on the main road. Who wants to build a house on M53? Well, and then they talk about traffic impacts. Well, you put a road down the middle, you're gonna have cars going in and out more than what Rogers deal's gonna do. It makes sense. You don't put this stuff on a side road because you got residentials out there, residential housing and stuff. You put it on the main road. That's all I can say.
Thanks, George.
Sorry, folks, if you feel that way.
Carol Garcia, Bruce Township, Twin Brooks Drive. All right, I just want to say, I feel for the people over here because they just bought a house. It cost a fortune. And I know they don't want that in their backyard, just like we wouldn't want it in our backyard. We're all representatives in Bruce Township, and we're supposed to be working for the people, not for people that are trying to take the rural area away from us and replace it with a city life. We don't want that. I remember I was here last meeting when this couple was here, and they just moved in. And now they're talking about putting all these different things right in their way with lights and everything else, factories. I'm sure they don't want a cell tower. We got over 264 right now. But anyway, I feel for these people, and I'm opposed to it. I say leave Bruce Township alone. And as far as our area over there on Van Dyke and M53, luxury condos would be beautiful with city water. We don't have a problem with that. Thank you.
Jeff Sokolowski, I'm the Vice President of the Elkhorn Sub Association, and I agree with everything that he's been saying. And, we talked about this. We actually had a special meeting with them. They came in, they gave their suggestions, we had agreements. We were supposed to come back with agreements. They tabled that. Now they're coming back and just asking for a free-for-all change. That was never part of what was happening. There's no plan for what they're going to put in there. They can do whatever they want. This is a spot relocation for something that has been never planned to be that. Right? You could put a subdivision in it, you can develop it. It's available for that right now. And as far as that traffic goes, I've actually sat at the stop sign in Ebling and watched a car get T-boned, spun all the way around and smashed my truck that was sitting at the stop sign. That is a very dangerous area. Those cars are going extremely fast and they're not paying attention. So you're adding another business coming in and out of there just down the street from Ebling. That's going to be a problem. If he brought a plan, we could at least look at a plan. He's just open for an open-ended change. And that is just not acceptable.
Thank you.
Thomas McMullen, Elkhorn Drive. I've been before this commission previously over this very same issue, but now, I even sat in a special meeting with Walker Sr. when he was open to hear some input from the residents of Elkhorn, how this proposed facility might impact us. And we were encouraged to provide some proposed conditions. And then it all went away. And now, M1, really? It's zoned for residential. And yes, it's unrealistic to expect that things aren't going to change. I moved to this community 3 years ago for the same reason that most everybody did. It's rural. There is a master plan, and I know that that's something that's coming up next, which is actually, I was a little disturbed and kind of confused by a statement that was made when in the previous item that was up before you all, when the recommendation from this board was, how about we just have Mr. Walker come back, and I know it's not his property and he's not developing it, but yet he's up here speaking about it. Come on back after we have a chance to revisit the master plan. Are you telling him, are you forecasting that we're just going to go ahead and revamp the master plan, and then you won't need to ask for anything to be changed, because it's going to be changed for you? And if that's what
I think we've already
is
addressed
going
that
on-
point, so no.
Well, I certainly hope not. You know, you're not elected, you're appointed. And I get that.
I know that.
But you still are accountable to the residents.
We're residents here as well.
You are. So think about, you know, all of this, and please keep it in mind. And I'm sorry if you're getting offended, but this is very personal. I got a lot of money wrapped up, and I don't back up to this. There's folks that are sitting next to me that have spent substantially more. This is a nice community. Don't ruin it. It doesn't need to be Washington Township or Shelby Township. Leave it alone. You don't need a gas station at Van Dyke in 53, and you certainly don't need M1 in something that is currently zoned for residential. It is possible, and it's not out of the realms of possibility for someone to come in and throw some condos in there. People are willing to live on 53, despite what Mr. Van Hootie would tell you. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'm Ashley Gowal. I also live in Elkhorn, and Bugle Lake is the street that I live on. My husband and I moved in November. I sat here with my two-week-old baby with Walker Senior, and we talked about, you know, things that we would be willing to give up for what he was looking to do. I have 2 kids, and we have the intention of having more. That is literally my backyard. So I absolutely oppose anything industrial going in there. Like my husband and I were so excited about, you know, this huge yard and watching our kids grow up there. The last thing I want is to look at some building or parking lot or whatever it might become. That takes away from one, like everyone has said, the reason we were looking to move here, and that like family atmosphere. I can't imagine anyone with young kids at this point in their lives wanting to look at a gigantic brick building. So I absolutely am also opposed to the rezoning and the proposal.
Anybody else?
I was just going to add, Jason Solier, he also backs up to the property here. He just said, I also oppose this. I don't understand how the back of my home can be an industrial complex. Spot rezoning hasn't been available for decades, so just wanted to share his comment. But, you know, the other thing I want to mention, we have a beautiful community. And to be honest, we're probably one of a handful of natural, beautiful communities left here in the county. So our decisions, and Randy, I think you remember, I can't remember how long you were with the Clinton Township Fire Department, but Hall Road back in the day, it was barns on both sides, it was a 2-lane road, and slowly as the development came in, look at it now today, and that's not what we want to have happen. Washington Township was a beautiful community, now look at it. So let's keep Bruce Township rule and do what's right by the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, with that, I make a motion to close the public hearing at 7:53 PM.
Second.
Motion by Vincent, second by Kupitz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Okay, back to the commission for discussion and next steps.
Got a question for either Dan or Roger. Are either one of you able to elaborate on a current interest, alternate interest for that property if you were not to get rezoning?
Absolutely. The alternate interest would be it gets sold to the cricket farmer and he puts up another however many tens of thousands of square feet of cricket farm.
Yeah, and I'm looking at his tax record right now. So he's got 10 acres And your piece of property is 20 acres.
Correct.
So, and he's got currently approximately 14,000 square feet of 10 whole buildings. Or, let me see here, building information. Well, he's got farm buildings at 6,681 square feet, and then he's got, yeah, so he's got another 1,440, then another 72. Somebody add up these amounts, please. You write them down. So he's got 6,681, 14,400, 7,200, 2,400, 16,000, and 840. So that's farm, utility building, floor area. Anybody total up yet?
Mandy's on it.
All right, Mandy.
47,521.
So, and he's got more space to take in, he's got open space with his existing 10 over there towards the rear, I believe.
I believe that's wetlands.
Wetlands, okay, so is there wetlands on your 20 as well?
No.
Okay, so just one way of looking at it is there's potential, or it could be 3 times the amount of the existing buildings over there.
Hey, Jared, that's out of line. That questioning has nothing to do with the proposal. That's way out of line.
No, hold on.
This is discussion.
Yeah, we're
It's a discussion
discussing.
between commissioners.
No, that's speculation.
Paul, public hearing's closed.
Okay, based on that comment, is anything that I've shared, is that out of line by our chair or out of line by our planning consultant?
Maybe just summarize the point you're getting at.
Okay, basically.
To the
I
commissioners.
was just trying to provide some detail, and again, something's going to happen there. It's not going to remain as is. So,
Rick, let's address the commissioners.
okay, all right. Something's going to happen. Not going to remain as is. So,
And I think your point is, with current zoning, some of that could happen.
correct.
And that is based on, is he using the Right to Farm Act? Like, what is he doing
Right to
to?
Farm Act,
Yeah.
and there's a huge tax incentive for the current owner of the bug farm to do that.
Right.
So anyway, enough said.
Just in terms of discussion, something that I'm pondering is that this body recommended last summer a denial of this same request that's now kind of turned around and come back to us. And I went and read the motion. It happened to be Mike Tremblay here. And by and large, the same things that were the basis for recommending denial still exist. And that was upheld by the board. So, you know, if it was something different, I'd listen to that. And I do appreciate the fact that because we are going to be doing a comprehensive look for all industrial and commercial properties, make sure we have it right, this is still something we're going to look at. I'm not saying it would be this area. That's part of what and we may have enough. We may determine we are exactly right. There's no preordained plan, but those are all things I'm thinking about.
Other thoughts or comments from commissioners?
This is currently zoned R1B? I don't have it in front of me.
I think
R1.
R1.
And then just south of it, what is that zone?
The parcel immediately south, R1 as well.
It's down several properties where the transition is to M1.
So if we approve this, all of those R1 properties could then come and ask for rezoning that would be difficult to deny, correct?
In my mind, yes. And that's why, to me, I'm struggling, because it seems more sense, if that were going to be a decision, and it may not be, that it be done in a larger context. Especially now that there are no, for the business reasons that were stated, they're legitimate business reasons why he's changed his mind. But, you know, that's what we have to deal with.
Yep. I don't have it in front of me. I think when we looked at this last year, yeah. Although a lot of those parcels around it are residentially zoned, they're not being used in that manner. We talked about the bug guy. He's got 47,000 square feet of whole buildings there that there's running the business out of, and if I recall correctly, that's the case on both sides of it. So it is tough when we say it's a spot zoning. I think the reality is that's there's some consistency with the way it's being used there. The other thing I don't know if we need more of it. I think that's a question that the master plan process needs to help us understand. I think if we did need more of it, it does make sense to put it on Van Dyke. That's just my opinion, but without knowing what the outcome of that process is going to be, it's hard to vote yes on something that we've already voted no on, in my opinion. I certainly was getting closer, more comfortable when there was, we were getting closer to a conditional offering that was being worked out with the Elkhorn Homeowners Association. I think it's, since it's gone in the other direction, it's a little harder to get on board with. Anyone else, or do we want to make a motion?
If the conditions are the same, we could use the same motion that Mike Tremblay used.
Or, we have two ways to go, because you're talking, using the prior motion would be a motion recommending deny, correct? Or, this is just up the road from the Muir property, and Jared just alluded that he doesn't feel comfortable not having the big picture as to where we may end up. Got to be honest, I don't either. Erring towards the side of caution, I'd like, if the applicant sees no objection, to table this as well. Give everybody ample opportunity over multiple meetings to come with suggestions, what they'd prefer to see there, because it's not going to remain vacant land either way.
You're thinking the folks that live in Elkhorn?
They would be included, certainly. I'm trying to approach it if I lived in Elkhorn. I believe that's the way that I approach every one of these things that come through. I look at them, if I lived next door. And that's, unless somebody here can come up with a better suggestion, that's the best I can offer.
We offered it on the last one. I would be willing to offer it on this one. It's the same, it's a similar situation.
But are we going to have to do that for every rezoning request from now until the end of the master plan update?
Well, they don't have to
I am
accept
a little concerned about developing a large log of
That's fair.
hanging chads, as it were.
Well, it's to your point, it's interesting because we have multiple requests in front of us that are initially wanting to change office to commercial, then wanting to change technically residential but not being used as residential to manufacturing. And we have another proposal coming up where we're being asked to consider giving away, lack of better words, commercial. So it's, I mean, I think we're smart to be looking at it from a future standpoint and to let people comment. There will be multiple opportunities, correct, Joe? For people to give input.
That's correct, yes.
This will be a formal process, not just a working subgroup between a subdivision and the applicant. The whole community will have an opportunity, multiple opportunities.
Are we able to not accept any rezoning requests from now until the end of the master plan update?
Yeah, I don't think we can.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise you in that direction, I think. Obviously, that would be, the final arbiter of that would be the township attorney, but I don't think we can do that.
Can't deny, but you could advise. I mean, ultimately, it's their choice whether they want to submit an application. You have to accept it, I believe. But a pattern is emerging.
I think we should address the situation in front of us. The master plan is going to play out however it plays out. I don't think we should pile everything up for that.
Feel comfortable submitting motion? Or anybody else?
I can make a stab at because I looked at what the motion was from last summer.
Okay, go ahead.
If you want me to do that.
Fill in.
Also, before you do that, do we need to propose it to the applicant if they're in agreement?
No,
not
it's
at
your
this point.
motion.
Okay, all right, just asking.
All right, you guys are going to have to help me with this. This motion is to recommend to the board denial of the request for M1 zoning, or light industrial 1 zoning, from its current R1 zoning for parcel 1401-14-300-010. And the reasons for the recommendation are as follows. The request is for unconditional rezoning with no statement as to the future use. Some LI1/M1 uses are intense and could have an unwanted, sorry, I'm reading Mike's motion from last year, unwanted impacts. Secondly, the rezoning is inconsistent with the township's adopted master plan and future land use maps. At that time, or it says, we have a good amount of M1 currently available for development in our industrial corridor. I don't think that has changed since last summer. It's not appropriate to add manufacturing and industrial to a single-family district. The rezoning would grant a special benefit to the property owner not granted to other property owners in the township. And this could create a spot zoning situation and set a precedent for that area that we're talking about on Van Dyke. I think those were the main ones.
Okay, there's a motion on the table from Commissioner Boyce. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Barnett. Any further discussion from commissioners? If not, Dana, would you call the roll?
Cant,
Yes.
Boyce,
Yes.
Barnett,
Yes.
Blaylock,
Yes.
Eaglestein,
Yes.
Cubits,
Yes.
Vincent.
Yes. Motion carries. All right, you guys doing good? You want to hit the next one? All right, let's do it. Item 7D, is Dan gone?
Oh, they walked out.
Okay. This was a recommendation to the board. This will be on the board's agenda in 2 weeks. So, recommend you attend that if you're interested in continuing to follow along. All right, next up, 7D is the Lombardo rezoning request.
I have a short presentation I'd like to give, if that's okay, or do I have to wait a moment?
No, that's fine. Give us an overview. See how our technology works here.
I have a wireless mouse, so I can say over here. She told me that So I am Cosmo Lombardo with Lombardo Homes at 13001 23 Mile Road, Shelby Township, Michigan. This is for the rezoning proposal for, I'm not going to name all the parcels because there's quite a few of them, but it's between Van Dyke and Mellon Roads, just north of the village of Romeo. So just some introductions. I just introduced myself. I'm Cosmo Lombardo, something that actually, since my grandfather started this business, we've always said is that when we come to planning commission meetings, you'll notice I was sitting in the front. That's our rules. Lombardos always sit in the front because we're not here to hide, we're here to answer questions. You see my cell phone number there. That we're not here to hide, we're here to answer questions, things like that. And also, you see Logan Mentz here. He's from Mentzcale Investments. The Mentz family actually developed the Timbers site condominium just north of this proposed community for us, and it was a good partnership. It worked out for everybody. We're looking to duplicate something like that on this property. So just a thing, I just kind of want to go over the current zoning and the status of the land, what we're proposing. I know there's one concern that, and I just want to talk about it, about the sanitary sewer, and then why I think this is a good, beneficial for the community rezoning, and go over our question and then take any questions you might have. So currently the property is about 22 acres. With 6 different parcels, it's 3 different landowners and 3 different zoning classifications. So a lot going on. And also the zoning classifications actually don't currently line up with the parcel boundaries. So currently the zoning is C1 and C2, basically along Van Dyke, as well as R1B, which is 100-foot wide home sites along Mellon. The surrounding zoning of the property is, I think, Sheena's is C2 in that other shopping center across the street. You have the Timbers, which is a consent judgment, but is generally 60 to 90-foot home sites. It kind of depended on how it laid out, but 60-foot home sites to the north. And then you have, actually what's weird is all those single-family just houses are zoned RM1. Obviously, they're always just going to be houses, but they're zoned RM1. And you have R1B, and then you have some R1C across the street as well. So that's kind of what's surrounding what we're looking to do here. So our proposal is to take the whole site, and we're kind of asking for an up zone on the R1B portion to go to R1C, and we're kind of in exchange for that, what we're trying to do is pretty significantly down zone the C1 and C2 zonings and kind of trade one for the other. So generally, we did 2 layouts, one with a connection to Mellon, one without. It generally ends up about 47 home sites. Either way we did it, they both ended up at 47 home sites. So that's what we're looking for. It's about 2 units an acre, 2.14. And one thing that we did submit a traffic study, and I'm going to get into that a little bit more later, but one thing that the Planning Commission might want to consider is our traffic consultant thought that if we connected to Mellon, that a lot of the southbound traffic on Mellon might take this street out to Van Dyke, and then it might reduce traffic on Mellon by up to about 40%.
Hey, excuse me. Everyone will have a chance to speak during the public hearing, so I'd ask that you hold your comments.
So, sanitary sewer. We did meet with Jared, we met with Mike Philbrook. We do know that there is right now, Bruce Township buys their sewer through the Village of Romeo. We know there's physical capacity, but not contractual capacity. This property is in the sewer district, but we understand that a rezoning of this property is not you guaranteeing us sanitary sewer until such a time as that additional contractual capacity exists. The Lombardos, we're landholders. We sit on land for a long time. We own land in Shelby Township. My grandfather used to own, that he bought. So we sit on land. We don't mind waiting. We think that eventually it'll be worked out. So we understand you're not guaranteeing us sanitary sewer at this time, for this property based on this rezoning. We would expect it in the event additional contractual capacity was gained because it is in the sewer district, but we understand that you're not granting us that at this time.
Yep.
So kind of what we feel like are the community benefits to this rezoning, and I broke it down to 5 things. One is a density transition. Just to the north of us, we have commercial, we have 60-foot home sites, and just north of that, we have the mobile home community. So you look at going from those kind of uses down to an 80-foot wide home site, a little bigger, but not quite as big, as then you're down to most of the houses on Mellon are 90s or 100s. So a lot of them were probably platted before the zoning ordinance took place. So several of them are smaller, but most of them are 100s. But basically, I think it's a good density transition. You even do have R1C directly across the street on Mellon. Consistency. I think it's generally consistent with the surrounding zoning. We've talked about that. It's a low-intensity development. The development of these properties combined as R1C versus what they would be on a C1, C2 basis, even if you left the R1B out of it, right? Just leave that out of it. If we just developed the commercial components, this is a significantly less intense development. And then traffic. So we did do a traffic study. It was very positive results. The proposed 47 home sites in lieu of the commercial uses allowed under the current commercial zoning districts actually represents a traffic reduction of about 2,200 trips a day, 2,199. So what that means is if you were to build a shopping center that's allowed right now in parking lot and everything else, or if you built 47 home sites, the 47 home sites is a reduction in that traffic. In addition, I talked about the connection to Mellon. One last thing I think is integration. I talked about how there's 3 different landowners. Took us a very long time to tie this all up. 3 different landowners, 6 different parcels, 3 different zoning districts. None of them actually line up with the parcel boundaries. So if you take someone that would maybe get one at a time under contract, I think you're going to get a very incongruous development for that area, right? Because you have parcel boundaries that don't line up. You have 6 different parcels, all irregularly shaped or small. And what we've done is take all of it, put it into one integrous development. And so our request is that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the proposed rezoning of the subject property from its current zoning designations of C1, C2, and R1B to a single zoning district of R1C single-family residential. And I'm happy to take any questions anybody has.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. All right, any questions for Cosmo before we get with Joe? You already have the land purchase, or this is all contingent upon?
It's all contingent. I have it all under contract. I have not purchased any of it.
Okay. All right, hold tight. We're going to get an update from Joe, and then we may have some more questions.
I do have a quick question.
Go ahead.
What would be the anticipated completion date if you were to get approved? 5 years, 10 years?
We talked about the sewer. I think, though, that that's getting worked out pretty soon. So, obviously, once I get past this, I got to go to the board. Then I have to generate my site plans, get through all my permits. Usually, permitting time for a development like this takes me 1.5 years, 2 years before I'm actually breaking ground. So let's say 2 years to permit this, get my water and sewer permits, all that. And then at 47 homes, my rule of thumb my rule of thumb for absorption, how many homes I'll sell, is 2 a month. That's what I try to sell when I develop these communities to get a good return. And so let's say That's 24 months, so 4 to 5 years, depending on approvals and things like that.
Jared, I have a question about the traffic study, if now's the time.
Is it for the applicant?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
I'm looking on your impact statement doesn't have, or your traffic study doesn't have page numbers, so, sorry. It's the one where you're talking about the comparison of trip generation for your proposal for single-family homes versus compared to retail use. And you have here a shopping center, and based on your studies, it's showing a 24-hour two-way traffic volume of 2,643 cars. My question is what's the definition that you use for a shopping center?
You know, the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments defines all that. I'm not necessarily a traffic engineer, right? I hired a traffic engineer to do that study for me. But I'm pretty sure, and I'm sure Joe maybe knows this, I think the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments basically assigns general types of uses, and they assign a certain amount of trips per acre or something like that to those uses. That's how those traffic studies are generally done, to my understanding.
Because I can tell you this is substantially different than the traffic study that we saw for the commercial proposal that was earlier on our agenda. It was looking at a gas station, and there were some other retail uses there. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, I get it. They're using a standard. But we don't have 2,600 cars going through the existing shopping center on Van Dyke. That's the reason why I'm asking. So you just used, it sounds like just whatever standard SEMCOG.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily, really what I did personally was I just hired a traffic engineer and submitted his report, essentially.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Thank you.
I guess, and you may have a similar answer on this, but on item 3, impact to public services, I think one of the questions was around impact to schools, and there's a comment in here, Romeo Schools has adequate facilities to accommodate what's being proposed here. Like, is that may be true, I guess. Was that actually validated, or is that someone making an assumption?
I think he put that there because Romeo just built a new high school.
Okay. Yeah, true. I don't know what the impact is to like Amanda Moore, the schools that are nearby, and how impactful that is. Just curious. Thank you. All right. I don't think I have any other questions at the moment. If nobody else has anything for Cosmo, let's go to Joe.
Okay. All right, so try not to repeat too much of what's already been said. We are looking at 22 total acres, and zoning is C1, C2, and R1B. As you get over to the Mellon side of this property, that's where the R1B zoning is, and then the Van Dyke frontage is where the commercial is. It's about half and half commercial, residential right now. Yeah, looking to the north, we have more commercial and also residential. The Timbers is there. And then to the south, you've got your additional R1B zoning. And then across Mellon, you have some RM1 and R1B zoning that is all developed with single family, even though there is some multiple family zoning there. And then to the west, across Van Dyke, you have more R1B and a little bit of commercial at the northern end there. So they are proposing to make the entire site R1C. They provided a couple of concepts that both show 47 units. If you just divide 22 acres by the minimum lot size of the R1C district, which is 12,000 square feet. You get 79 units as a potential. When you add roads and detention basins and things, you lose a bunch of those units. And that's really what you're seeing on the renderings that they provided. Primary difference between the two concept renderings that they included in their package was that one has an outlet to Mellon and the other one does not. The site has a split designation on the 2016 future land use map, as you'd expect, because it is a bunch of different parcels. So the portions that are zoned C1 and C2 are designated commercial on that map, and the portion zoned R1B is designated low to moderate density, single-family residential. So the zoning map is basically aligned with the future land use map at the moment. I had just a couple little things in here about the development impact statement. There are a few natural features here. And there are, trees is really kind of the main thing. There's a large number of trees here. So the removal of those trees, if this were to be developed, is going to be regulated by Section 520 of the zoning ordinance, which requires some replacement of trees if you're removing over 50% of what's on the lot. Given that it's a subdivision, most likely it would be more than 50% removal. The applicant does expect each home to have a well, and then it would be served by the sanitary sewer system. Capacity issues have been discussed already. I'm not going to rehash them, but it's good that we're all aware of that. We have our typical set of questions that we ask to whenever we're considering a zoning map amendment. So the first question is the proposed zoning consistent with the master plan? So, I mean, generally, the current zoning of the property is reflective of the future land use map. So really, for the planning commission, you're considering whether or not the proposed rezoning constitutes a reasonable alternative to the future land use map, that split of commercial and R1B. What impact would the requested zoning have on public services and utilities and natural features? So, we've got those two alternative layouts. They did provide that development impact statement. Don't have any wetlands or water courses. Again, there is that wooded area on the site that would be affected by this. And then the assessment there, I'm not going to get into the specific numbers, but the assessment there is that traffic volumes from the prospective development will be lower than those expected from commercial plus R1B. Again, without addressing the specific numbers, yes, 47 homes are going to produce less traffic than a shopping center. That's just how it is. Has the applicant provided evidence that the property cannot be developed or used as zoned? Not as such. Is the proposed zoning district and potential land uses compatible with surrounding uses? So the site directly abuts residential development to the north and south. There's additional residential development across both Mellon and Van Dyke roads. We have commercially zoned property along Van Dyke to the north and south. There's that little C1 property to the south that kind of gets snipped off from the rest of the commercial if this is rezoned to residential. And we've been here discussing that property a couple of times on a couple of different applications as well. Will the proposed zoning place a burden on nearby thoroughfares? If so, how would this burden compare with the existing zoning district? So in general, you'd expect a single-family subdivision of less than 50 units to produce less traffic than 10 or so acres of commercial development. Is there other land currently available for this use? There is some undeveloped land with R1C zoning in the township, not as abundant as undeveloped land with R1B zoning. Will development of the site under proposed zoning be able to meet zoning district requirements? They have provided two layouts both of them conceptual, of course, that do both appear to meet the district requirements for that land. And that's the proposed district, R1C. Is rezoning the best way to address the request, or could the existing zoning district be amended to add the proposed use as a permitted or special land use? So there's a couple things going on there. One is that you have R1B as your residential district, and that has a specific lot size, and what they're proposing is a different lot size. So that would, if to change that in the R1B would change the character of the entire R1B district. And then on the other side of the property, you have commercial districts, and we're not looking to add single-family homes into our commercial districts. That's not what commercial districts are for. Has there been a change in circumstances and conditions since adoption of the master plan that would support the proposed change? So conditions on the ground are very similar. I mean, you can also consider economic conditions, the housing market, things like that that might have changed since 2016. As far as the conditions on the ground, though, very little has changed. The timbers is really the major construction in the area since then. And then the final question speaks to spot zoning. So there's actually 3 sub-questions there, and those are based on a legal test that was developed in a case called Rogers versus Village of Tarrytown. And those questions are, is the rezoning request consistent with the master plan? Is the proposed zoning district a logical extension of an existing zoning district in the area? And would approving the request grant a special benefit to a property owner or developer? R1C is consistent with the low to moderate density future land use category, which includes a couple of our residential districts in it, when you look at the zoning plan from the old master plan. It's not a direct expansion of an existing district, but of course you've got the taking the zoning in 2 different directions at once element 2, where you're going up from R1B and down from C2 and C1. I did include the list of permitted uses in the R1C district, and it's pretty similar to what's permitted in the R1B district in terms of the actual uses. I also put the purpose and intent statements of those 2 districts in here. So the R1C district, its purpose and intent is the R1C residential density 1-family district is established with the same objectives as the R1B residential 1-family district, except that a greater density is permissible in this district, and 2, 3, and more family dwellings may be permitted subject to special conditions. So there is a special land use there that isn't available in R1B. And then the R1B statement, because the R1C statement piggybacks off of that, I'll just read that one too. So the purpose and intent of the R1B district is to provide principally for 1-family dwellings, to encourage the construction and continued use of 1-family dwellings, prohibit businesses, commercial, industrial, and other use of the land which would substantially interfere with the development or continuation of single-family dwellings in the district, discourage any land use which would generate traffic on minor or local streets other than normal traffic to serve the residences on those streets, to discourage any land use which, because of its character and size, would create requirements and costs for public services such as fire and police protection, water supply, and sewerage, substantially in excess of such requirements and costs if the district were developed solely for single-family dwellings. So that's why the other uses besides single-family dwellings that are permitted in these districts are things like churches and other things that are going to take up land but not use a lot of services. And everything I just read about the R1B district would apply into the R1C district with the change that I mentioned before.
Okay. there's no conditions on this for zoning request, Joe, so from these other permitted uses, is there anything that would, I would say, there's schools and municipal buildings, anything that would deviate, it couldn't become more dense, like, though, I imagine?
No, I mean, school would probably be the most
Like what,
intense use.
single-family site condos, that's still one
That's
per
still
unit?
single-family units, yeah.
Okay.
But with that rezoning, you could have up to 79 units if it's unconditional, even though we'd have to take into account the roads and.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to fit that many, but I don't know
But it could
exactly
be
what the
more
max
than
you
the
could,
47 proposed.
potentially. Right. Depends on how you design it, and I guess I could let them speak to how they landed on 47 as a number in both of those designs.
Yeah, I mean, if I could speak to that, we laid it out, there's 47 home sites there. I have no problem if it makes the commission feel better to have conditions such as single-family homes only and only 47 home sites. Those conditions are not something that would bother me.
Okay.
Joe, I have a question along the lines of the splits here. Your memo and actually the notice of public hearing says we're dealing with 22 acres.
Mm-hmm.
When I looked at the tax rolls and backed out what was existing commercial, it was almost 15 acres on the dot.
Mhm.
So that leaves, 7 acres, then that would be R1B at present?
Yeah, that's how that math adds up, yeah.
Yeah. So realistically speaking, for this, looking at the R1B acreage,
Mhm.
7 acres, what are we looking at in terms of how many homes could go in there realistically?
Yeah, let me, I can give you that in a second. I'm going to do the math twice just to make sure I've got it right. Yeah, 15 units
So we're talking.
on the 7 acres there, yeah.
So if we did nothing, that could happen?
Yes, 15 units would,
15 homes plus 10 acres of commercial,
15 acres.
plus the.
15 acres of commercial development.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
That's a good question.
To clarify, it was 15 homes on 7 acres.
7
Right.
acres, exactly, yeah. Yeah, because they're roughly half-acre lots, 20,000 square feet.
At R1B.
Yeah, it's a little less than half an acre.
In R1C, you'd be,
12,000.
right, so you'd be around 20, 21.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
Because Metco Timbers, just north, that's still zoned R1B, but that is equivalent R1C lot sizes.
Yeah, it's 25 on, with R1 C on that 7 that's already residential.
25.
Yeah.
I think I did the math, just the gross square footage allocation for Metco Timbers when we were working on 156 East Gates, and I think it was around 12,500, 12,600
Oh, per lot?
per lot, yeah.
Yep.
And that looks pretty cramped in there, so.
Joe, just to clarify, you said 25, that was if the 7 acres was R1C? Is that what that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 10 additional, okay. All right, other questions for Joe before we open up the public hearing? Hearing none, I make a motion to open the public hearing at 8:38 PM.
Second.
Seconded by Barnett. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. All right, we are in our 4th public hearing for the Lombardo rezoning. If you are here to speak regarding this project, please come up to the podium, state your name, and please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Yeah, Don Griffin from Twin Brooks. We welcome Lombardo in the area. They did a great job on our complex, but the problem I have is that we originally had our own septic system, and we transferred over about 10 years ago to Bruce Township's sewer system. And that sewer system runs along Van Dyke, and it goes down from Twin Brooks across the street to, I believe it's Chase Farms, and then back down south on Van Dyke. My concern, and that's constantly under surveillance by Bruce Township right now, because we've had problems a few years ago with the sewers backing up because the system backed up and the generator failed that they put in there. So my concern would be, whatever you do with the sewer system, that you make sure that there's enough capacity with this new subdivision that it doesn't back up, because I don't know which way it's going to run. I don't know if it's going to run down south on Van Dyke, or there's another way that they're going to put the system in. But it's critical to us because we've already had problems with the current system backing up. So it's under constant surveillance, like I said. Bruce Township, you can check with your own system here to see how many times they've had backups and system failures, and it's very critical to our location. Thank you.
Yeah, Mike Devens, Mellon Street. My concern is twofold. One is the aquifer. We just put, 26 houses down at the end of the street on 7 acres or whatever it was. We'd be talking 48 that would all be feeding off the same water table as the rest. And the 26 houses that Men's put in down at the end of the street is actually the more than all the houses that were on Mellon before that unit went in. So it's a concern for us. My well's old, but it still works fine. They're not very deep there. Most of the wells in our area I haven't even documented what mine is, but last time I had to pull it, it wasn't that deep. So we wouldn't have to lose much to lose water there. The other is the traffic density on Mellon. I know there were studies done and all this kind of stuff. It's twofold. One is the amount of cars. You got 26 more units that are passing, actually more than that because I live halfway down the street, are passing past there. And the other thing is that and I know this isn't part of traffic studies, but how fast people are going now down that street. They have more time to accelerate, it seems, because how far it takes to get down there. But the traffic is a real issue. If it's all going out onto Van Dyke, obviously that wouldn't be a problem, because I've seen a couple different proposals. One, there was 2 entrances off of Van Dyke if the commercial district was given up. The other one would put at least 1 onto Mellon. If they don't give up the commercial district and they put all those houses would go through, and I don't remember exactly what the number was. I heard a minute ago about how many houses would go in if none of the zonings got changed, but it's a lot less than 48. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Jeff Jacobs. I live on Mellon. Well, my mom's lived there for 67 years, and the traffic is unbearable. I mean, they travel, since they put those other 26 houses down there, they think it's a racetrack from Gates to the end of Mellon. And then you got this park over here that's the dog park, and you got people walking their dogs and little kids trying to ride their bikes. And they don't pay attention that it's 25 miles an hour. They're doing 40, 45. Somebody's gonna get hurt. And then you wanna put another 47 houses, outlet on there? You figure 4 cars per house? You know, just the traffic is ridiculous. And then they want, not to mention the construction, because our street's already tore up, and they want us to pay to put in a new street. Instead of them doing 45, they're gonna be doing 60. So, just, that's it, thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I currently reside in the Timbers, a lovely new establishment built by Lombardo. I want to give you some history. I've dealt with Lombardos for about 8 years now. I rented from them previously in Washington Township, every year of which they increased our rent. Once we were able to save up enough money to finally purchase our very first brand-new home here in Bruce, they decided they're going to put 47 homes in our backyard. Not to say I'm opposed to you developing this area. However, I believe 47 homes that back right up into this very small, very amazing, lovely community that these people have here is excessive. I would urge you to strongly consider turning down their motion to put 47 homes right there in that space. Thank you.
Should you give her name? No. Could you name, please?
Taylor. Yes, thanks.
Hi, I'm Tina Doris from Mellon Street. I live between Kading Road and with the new subdivision down at the end, the Timbers. We were told that the traffic wasn't going to be too bad when they did the study. Okay, like everybody's been saying, it's been horrendous. It's just been horrendous, not to mention all the heavy equipment that went down that street to build that subdivision. And it's a beautiful subdivision, I'm not going to give you that. But we didn't need it. You know, and they, instead of putting another exit to go out on Van Dyke, it's our street that gets all the traffic now. It's a dead-end street, okay? And not on top of that, with all that heavy equipment, it just tore the streets up more, Kading and our street. We can't even go down the street without hitting a pothole. You can't duck from them. You go this way, you hit it, you go that way, you hit it, okay? And it's just getting ridiculous that this community where we live in that small area by the, you know, the shopping center and everything, it's squeezing us in now. You got 4 subdivisions over here by the firehouse and that. Behind, across the street in Mellon, my neighbor, she's got the new subdivision behind her. We got the new one at the end of the street. We got the big one across from where they're proposing to build. And we got the Timbers. I mean, everywhere you look, it's just house on top of house on top of house. It feels like we can't breathe out there anymore. And like everybody else, we moved out here to be in sort of rural area country. I'm not saying that you can't have progress. I'm just saying you're putting too much. It's getting to be terrible. I feel like an ant being squished. And my fence line is right where they're building. I'm right at the corner. My neighbor is at this corner, I'm at this corner. I had those beautiful woods behind me, you know. Now what are you going to do with that? And you're saying you're not getting rid of trees? The trees have already started coming down. It's already bare in the middle. They left a tree here, left a tree here, left a tree there. How can you build houses around when you don't even know where the house is going to go and leave a tree? I don't understand that. And I don't understand why the township is letting everybody just come in and squeeze us out of here. We're going to be, pretty soon we're just going to be one big old conglomerate that everybody's going to start moving more north. Go way up north to get away from all this. I can't stand the noise on the street anymore. I can't stand the traffic. Thank God I don't have any little children. I sometimes worry about Mike's young children next door. I mean, you know, you try to teach your kids to stay out of the street, but you can't always do it, especially the little ones. There's little bicycles going up and down the street, and these people are just going back and forth like they owned the street before we even got there. And those 2 roads, Kading and Mellon, are terrible. And after everything, all them heavy trucks and all that equipment, they were bad before. Right by my mailbox, there's a hole this big. I had to call and have them come out and patch it, okay? And I had to take my car and run back and forth over it to make sure it was patted down, because every time a car went past it, the mail truck would end up in it right at my mailbox, and big chunks of tar were in my driveway every day. We had to go out and pick it up. This is not fair to the people who wanted to be out here for their reasons. And like a lot of people, I didn't have money when I moved out here. Fortunately, I married a beautiful man that worked hard to get us out here. And now I'm out here and you're telling me I have to put up with all this? I have to feel like this little pea here being squished. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, the mailboxes on Mellon, you have to cross to go to the mailbox because that's the way it was designed. There used to be a rural area there. Macomb County used to take care of that road for us. Now, since they put all them houses there, they say that we're a subdivision and we have to take care of the road ourselves, which is a bunch of bull. We're not the ones that get the tax money. We're paying the tax money, and now we've got to fix something that would have been fixed for us years ago by Macomb County. They took care of that. They come out there and they would service the road. They would plow the road in the winter. Now we're lucky if we see a plow truck 3-4 days after it snows, because that's not part of Macomb County's rural area anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Ron Boyd, and I live on Mellon, or not Mellon, but Kading Road. And Kading Road and Mellon Street is disaster, absolutely disaster from the traffic. And to put 47 houses in there, we can't handle it. I've lived on that street for 50 years, and it's been great living there. But by God, when you put that many houses right behind me, my house borders right up to the 22 acres that you're talking about putting 47 houses in my backyard. That's what it is. 47 houses. What are those houses? Individual houses?
Let's address the planning commission, please.
What are they?
Let's address the planning commission, not the applicant. Questions are up here.
What are the houses that's going in there?
They're single-family homes.
What size lots are going to be on those things?
Two houses an acre, is that right? No, it was more than that.
RNC is 12,000 square foot lot.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly what the
I don't see how 47 houses can go in that back there and make it civil for people that live here to live with. We can't live with 47 houses, and every one of those houses is going to have 2 to 3 cars, plus pickup trucks coming out of there, and all that kind of stuff going up and down Mellon and Kading Road. It just can't handle that. And as he said about Kading Road, you can't drive that. I hit a bump today going down there 20 miles an hour on Mellon Street, and by God, the rear wheels come off the ground. That's how bad that road is, and nobody will do anything about it. And it isn't our responsibility. It is a county road. I know it's a county road. I went to the county about it, just like he talked, and they sent me home. They said, we don't pay for that. Well, somebody's going to pay for it. Now, you're going to put 47 houses in there, and half of those houses, like I said, got all those cars there. Now, where in the hell are they all going to fit? Because another thing that happens from the plaza and all those business stores up there, Kading Road is the bypass. They come off of the expressway here, right out here, and they come right down to where the S-curve is. They make a right-hand turn, go down Mellon Street, and go 50 miles an hour and better up and down my street, which is Kading Road, coming down the hill. Now, we got young kids there that can't even be out in their yard. I got a house across the street that's got 5 children in it. By God, they can't let them out. There is no way that they can handle that kind of traffic in there. That's legally, as far as I'm concerned, I know that they should put houses in there. It should be 5 or 6 to 10, no more than 15 houses in that area, because there is no way that the highways, the sewers, and the water, and that's another thing. I'm on a well. You're going to put, and that has to be well water over there. We're going to have 47 wells in that place? Is that the game plan?
Let's address the commission, please.
Is that the game plan? 47 wells for 47 houses, or what?
Yes.
If that's the case, my well's gone at that point. Just like somebody else said, our wells are 40 to 50, 60 feet. I think mine's 60 foot deep there where I'm at.
and you start putting 47 wells in there, there's no way to handle it. And the sewer system the same way. There is just no infrastructure there to put those kinds of houses. That needs infrastructure like a city, and we don't have it. And it doesn't look like we're ever going to get it, because there's no substantial way to get it there. It needs that infrastructure to put that. And nothing should be built there till they get some kind of infrastructure in this township put together for it. If that means build a sewage plant, then by God, Bruce Township better be getting at it and getting with the state and getting money from the state or whoever they have to go to at the state and get it done. This thing is sitting there just shoving people down our throats is craziness. And that's all I've got to say. I just think it's time that you folks up here take a good look at what you're looking at and do it right. And do it right. That's what needs done. What is logical and right for we as the people that live here. I lived here 50 years. It was a beautiful place to live till about 5 years ago, and all hell broke loose out here, and you people haven't done anything to settle it at all. I'm looking at every one of you. You haven't done it. And that's it.
Good job.
Let it go. Let it go.
I hate to get angry about it, but by God, that's the only way I can talk about that, because it is the most frustrating community that I've ever lived in.
Understood. Thank you.
And I've lived in more than one, because I come from Ohio. And I moved up here, and I lived several different places because my job justified I had to move and what have you. So I know a little bit about what a community should be like. And it used to be a hell of a nice community out here. But you guys are making sure you destroy it.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We're going to move on. Thank you.
Hello, Austin Toit. I'm on Mellon Street. Just sat through a lot of this discussion today, and it seems like we've gone over hours of trying to turn R1 into commercial and the difficulties of that. Kind of cautionary here, just kind of looking at the zoning map. The current commercial zone in the area to the south of it seems to be the only vacant land that's currently left that's still zoned commercial. So, you know, we're talking about like going into the future and what this new zoning plan might look like. Kind of seems like you're setting it up to kind of foresee some problems here of where we're going to have to transition some residential back to commercial elsewhere if we do want to kind of keep those opportunities in our community. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike. I live on Mellon Road. The biggest concern I have with this subdivision going in is my children. I've got kids 3, 6, and 9. And once the timbers went in, the amount of traffic going up and down our road has been insane. Not everyone, but a ton of people do fly up and down the road. We play in the front yard, we ride our bikes, we don't have sidewalks, we don't have curbs. My kids are there playing. Balls roll across the road, toys, whatever, it's gonna happen. I've had to start parking my truck at the end of the driveway, so when they're riding their bikes up and down the driveway, they have a place to stop. I don't want more houses, more traffic coming through our neighborhood. I love it out there. It was quiet, it's gotten noisier, it's going to develop, I get it. But I came out here for the rural aspect, the quiet, the schools, and everything else. 47 houses also, when it comes to the school district, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Apple Valley Apartments originally going to Amanda Moore and now has to go to another school district because of volume? You're gonna add 47 more houses? That's gonna change volume for Amanda Moore a lot again. So who's gonna get excluded from that school now? Just another thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody's notes here. My name's Doug Peoples. I live on Kading Street.
I'm opposed to having that entrance on Mellon. And also, I would like to see it just all stay as R1B as it is now. The other day, I was going up Kading, and one of his trucks was coming down, ran me off into that little piece of commercial property up at the end. He saw me, but he just stayed in the middle. And as he was going by, he tore up all the asphalt there and threw it on my car. It was one of those brick block trucks with all the axles. And that's what I would like to see, no entrance on Mellon. I realize it'll be developed, and R1B is the way it should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, he does have a water problem. It's the same one that the condos would have had, because that same water runs across Kading into his property. And when he does it, I assume he's going to put drains in, but in the meantime, that's going to flood the houses on Mellon Street, because there's nowhere else to go with that water. It's that 6-foot under aquifer that's there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last call. We'll have you give you a chance in a minute. We have some more questions for you. All right, with that, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing at 9 p.m.
Second.
Seconded by Cant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? All right, discussion is back to the commission. Obviously, we've had a chance to hear from the applicant. We've heard from Joe, heard from the residents, and thoughts, questions, concerns?
I would just like to remind everyone that we did deny a rezoning request from commercial to residential right at Kading in Van Dyke for Andrew Harlow. So that's something that we should also consider. And giving up commercial property, to me, doesn't really make sense at this point when we're opening the master plan to look at potentially adding commercial and industrial properties.
I'd share what Mandy said and actually looked a little bit at it. There are 15 acres of commercial right now. If that were to be rezoned, that's a 34% reduction in the remaining commercial that we have left. That's either vacant or is near vacant, like there's an old building on it that would be obviously ripped down no matter what went there. So we're talking about a third of our commercial property. And this is one of the reasons, in my mind, we are opening up the master plan to look at things, because we need to make sure that what we have now is right before we, in my mind, before we say, well, we're going to give this away, but then we might need to find someplace else for it. The other thought in my mind along the commercial aspect of it is that this has been our long-standing commercial zone, for lack of better words, this area in the township. And I think people came here with the understanding and knowledge that it would eventually be developed as commercial. I understand that it's been vacant for a long time, but our commercial is filling up. I think there's only maybe one vacancy across the street at Adams Corners there. And I think there may only be a couple at this point in the long expanse of Sheena's. So again, I think we should keep in mind that this has been a long-term plan of the township for commercial development.
Make a little comment to that. I'm all for keeping commercial. In fact, I think we need a little more commercial. But the one problem we're always running into is almost every one of these residents that come up here stated traffic is the problem. Traffic is always a problem. We always hear traffic. Every time traffic. Yet when we offer a solution, possibly getting less traffic, no one wants the neighbors. So we're butting heads on both sides here. One doesn't want traffic, one doesn't want neighbors. The last person that moves in the neighborhood wants it to never to change. We're not going to find that happy medium. I don't know, not everybody's going to be happy with that. This is an area that would be very walkable to town. This would be an area for residents to live. We have a shortage of homes, of affordable homes in this area. It wouldn't be a bad area for homes. It's surrounded by homes. So again, walkable, sidewalks, schools within distance, dining. To keep the C1 district, we're going to run the same traffic problems. We're going to run the bigger traffic problems. So yeah, we're not going to please everybody with this. So homes, maybe smaller lots, bigger lots. Either way, it's not a bad area for homes. We need homes in this area.
And you can have them in the R1B section in the back of that property.
I'm sorry?
It is zoned for homes, so homes will be.
In the back section, correct.
Right.
But if we do the front section, C1, you're going to have more traffic. We're going to have the same arguments. Everybody that comes up here doesn't want traffic.
Right, well, traffic is inevitable with any kind of.
That's what I'm trying to get at. So what's the lesser of two evils? We're not going to avoid traffic.
Can I make a correction?
No, I'm sorry.
We're only complaining about the traffic on Mellon.
Understood.
Van Dyke will have more traffic.
Well, we've heard all night about traffic concerns up and down Van Dyke with the other things. I think that's just a general, I think Commissioner Blaylock is just highlighting a general sentiment that we've gotten tonight around traffic concerns, and I think they're valid. I think you make a good point, Daryl, that if we convert to residential, there's concerns with that. If we stay with commercial, there's
I live on dirt roads. My
side.
roads are horrible. I wish I could give pavement. You get too much traffic. I got the same problems in my area, and I don't even live near this spot. So it's the same problem wherever you go. But we have to come up with a solution that will help the greatest number.
Something to share with the commissioners. You've heard it before. I'm going to share it again, trying to be brief on it. My belief is that we have a shortage for ranch-style condos based on that we have, a lot of R1, R1A, et cetera, property. I'm getting up in age. I live in 2 acres. There's going to be a point in time where I'm not going to be able to live there. I'd like to stay in Bruce. Likely, a logical place for me to move would be into a condo. Seniors do best in ranch-style condos, not multi-level. So anyway, like I said, I was going to try and be brief. That's my recommendation.
Thank you.
The comment I would make is, this is not a discussion that you can listen to without further thought. So my thought about making a decision on this evening is, I don't know which way I would go, and wondering if to table this and bring it back after an opportunity to have additional discussion. And we may need to bring a board member into that conversation as well, my opinion on it. I can't make a decision on this tonight. The home developer wants a decision. They're a good company. The residents are telling us about all these problems. It's the first time I've heard about it. So that's my thought, and it's not uncommon for that to occur. Dana, do you agree that there have been discussions like this? And then we've even brought in Mike Philbrook, the developer, and others to get input. And if I'm incorrect, because you see it more than what I do, feel free.
We've had, multiple different scenarios. They were in previously.
Yeah, we did have a meeting with them before.
Okay, well, I wasn't there.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll let you speak in just a second, Councilman.
Yeah. I have a different view of deferring it. I think it may be premature to have discussions about how you could make a proposal like this workable from what's on the table right now because of my concern with the commercial, giving away the commercial aspect of it. And I don't know how you have those discussions in a reasonable sense without knowing the outcome of our conversations and decisions about any changes that may be made as a result of this master plan review process, which is, just for your information, is specifically looking at commercial and industrial in our township at large. So my thought would be that if we are going to table anything, and obviously it would have to be with the applicant's agreement, that it may be better just to hold till we go through this process. And then once we know where we end up with commercial, then you can start to get a little bit better idea of what might be a reasonable arrangement there.
I concur with that.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I guess my point, maybe not well made, is that we need more dialogue, we need more discussion, and your mention of the master plan, absolutely agree with. And we'll have more input
Exactly.
at that time to make a better decision.
And I mean, we will look at, is the 44 acres that we have right now enough? Is it too much? If we need more, where should it be? So I think those are relevant.
Yeah, I think what I'm struggling with on that is it comes back to now we're just stacking up every zoning request for the next year.
I agree with that. We're in the same situation that we talked about for the last thing that we voted on.
Joe, how long would you expect this master plan?
It's in your packet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll discuss it later.
We're attempting to have a draft by April, and of course, you never know, we could have another agenda like this somewhere in there and something a discussion gets pushed a month, So April is the goal, but it might not necessarily be where we land. And then there is a 2-month period where we have to wait.
So it's a long time.
So it's June probably at the earliest, yeah.
Councilman, do you want to comment on this?
If I could make a comment first, just to clarify the comment I made a moment ago about ranch-style condos, is that by no means do I want to give the impression that I am recommending all condos being in that area. I think there needs to be a blend of commercial and those style units. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if I could, and I did want to, and I don't know that it matters at this point, I wanted to offer one more condition, excuse me, because of the concerns of the residents on Mellon and Kading. Because our density is the same, I have no connection, it doesn't matter to me if I connect to Mellon, and it sounds like it would address a lot of people's concerns. I would be willing to offer the condition of no connection to Mellon, and only connections on Van Dyke. I don't know if that matters with what you're talking about here tonight. But as far as delaying it that much time, as I said before, we have this property under contract, but we don't own it. I won't be able to hold an option on the land that long, and I won't close on it until I have it rezoned, or I'll just terminate the purchase agreement. So I can't necessarily wait that long. I'm absolutely willing to have this tabled and meet with planning, with Joe and maybe some members of the planning commission, and if it's something that has legs, if it's something that's not a non-starter, have those discussions. But I can't wait another year. So I'd be willing to offer conditions as single-family residential only, no special land use, no connection to Mellon, and 47 home sites maximum as well.
Okay. So I appreciate you offering some conditions. I do think there's some elements of that make it more palatable. I do think there's been some very valid concerns around traffic issues on Mellon. And I wonder even with some of the traffic studies, how much of the Timbers was even around when that traffic study was done to really incorporate.
Most of it.
Was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
the traffic study.
It was done
I
in
think was
April.
April 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was a traffic study done before they put that subdivision in. Checked it out into the code.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
You're saying that you don't know, I'm telling you.
Okay, thank you.
We were told that it wouldn't accidental Mellon and it ended up.
My biggest concern is just, it touches on what Anne Marie spoke on, is we don't have a whole lot of commercial left. It's a big chunk of it. I think if we're gonna have it, at least, I mean, that's a pretty significant thoroughfare for Bruce Township, and there's reasons to keep it there. There's commercial on both sides of that parcel, or where that commercial is right now. I'm a little reluctant to just give that up so easily, and I contrast that with the fact that it will create more traffic if there is commercial there. I mean, there's a legitimate issue on both sides.
I appreciate your issues with not, needing or wanting or agreeable to delay that long for us to go through our process. And I will tell you, I've been personally involved in another rezoning, and there were many iterations of it. It took 5 years, right? So it's I think, reflective of the fact that we study things very carefully, and we go through the process. Right now, I know there's a lot of concerns for the number of houses. Obviously, you've recognized the issue with Mellon Street and, not making that access point there. But right now, I'm not willing to say that I would recommend giving up a third of our commercial that is available for development right now.
That was, in a roundabout way, what I was trying to say too. I'm not sure to make a decision without more info.
Correct, and I don't feel like, at this point in the juncture, from the township standpoint, that it makes sense for us not to wait and see where we go with that.
Part of the reason that we wouldn't give Andrew Harlow his rezoning was because it was connected to this commercial. Now he's going to end up, if we rezoned it, he would end up with a little piece of commercial amongst all residential.
All right, so we have two options. We can make a motion to recommend approval or denial to the board based on what we've heard tonight. And let the process of the master plan play out as it will. This would just be approved or denied based on that. The other option is we could table it and form have a working session with the developer to see if there's something that creates more comfort for the planning commission on this. I will say the public hearing is closed, so there's some, if the plan changes significantly, then there's a challenge on how we get public feedback back into that. Is there a way around that? I mean, you could just do a public comment because it's on the agenda, I
Yeah,
guess.
Yeah, that's probably the.
I just don't want there to be, if something was to change significantly, that there's not an opportunity for people to comment on it. But with that, I'm not a big fan of kicking all these down the road because,
Right, tabling it, what's going to change? We're still going to potentially need that commercial property.
Right.
And 2 months from now, that's not going to be any different than it is tonight.
And the unique mitigating circumstance we're now encountering is the review of the master plan. Without that, I would be in support of doing a subcommittee. I'd volunteer to be a part of it. But under the current environment, I don't think I understand Mr. Lombardo's situation, but I don't feel that that would be a comprehensive approach to take.
Nor I.
I agree.
I guess the only other thing I'm struggling with is, this is our commercial space, and we don't have a whole lot of it left, but is there a demand to develop it, I guess is what, it hasn't been developed yet, and why not? Is it, just
We're
have,
going to run into the same problems with other residents. So that's what I'm afraid of. If we go to develop this into C1, we're going to have the same problems come up. It's going to be opposed.
Right.
Is there a
but if it's
better area?
developed as zoned, there's less, I mean, there's not a whole lot to oppose, because we can't prevent something to be developed as
If you don't
zoned.
oppose it, it's not the will of the people for the traffic.
Right.
So that's what I'm trying to listen to their concerns and put it into some kind of performance. So that's all I'm trying to do is, would this be the better fit? Allocate land later on the master plan for the C1. That's what I'm trying to just look at options and try to listen to everybody's complaints.
Well, and the community is growing, so there might be more appeal for people to build on these C2 properties because we have more people in the township.
I would think it's only a matter of time. I mean, we're getting other requests up Van Dyke for commercial.
We waited this long.
Anybody feel in the motion?
Are you? You jotting some notes down there?
I could be. All right, I'll put a motion out there. We can debate it if others feel strongly in a different direction, but I would make a motion to recommend to the board a denial of this rezoning request based on the following reasons. This would convert a large portion of our existing commercial space into residential. This overall development would create greater residential development than currently zoned. This project as proposed would result in some spot zoning on Van Dyke, where this R1C zoning is surrounded by commercial. And based on the fact that we are in the process and the board has approved reopening the master plan to reevaluate what future land uses may consist of, specifically related to commercial and industrial, and without knowing what the results of that may be, it feels premature to make a decision to change the zoning now.
I would be willing to second that.
So,
Do the roll call and find out how people feel.
any discussion? Yeah,
Yeah, can I offer an addition?
sure.
I think we all understand that, but I think we should probably point out in the context of the motion that it's not consistent with our current master plan or future land use map. Let me see if there's anything else. We've got no evidence that the property cannot be developed as currently zoned. Let's see. We do have, albeit not huge amounts, we do have other undeveloped C1 zoned property in the township that could be used for this purpose.
Sorry, that was existing undeveloped C1,
R1C.
R1C. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
That's it.
All right, I support adding those to the motion as reasoning. Any discussion before Dana calls the roll? Dana, would you call the roll, please?
I'm sorry, who's supporting?
Kubitz.
Cant,
Yes.
Boyce,
Yes.
Barnett,
Yes.
Blaylock,
Yes.
Hagelstein,
Yes.
Cubits,
Yes.
Vincent.
Yes. Motion passes. So, thank you, Cosmo. So this will go to the board in 2 weeks, where you'll have a chance to.
Maybe we'll come back after.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for your time. All right, that wraps up the public hearings for this evening. Do we need a 5-minute break? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break at 9:26 p.m.
Really halfway through.
I know, we still got two SLUs. No, we have one SLU and the site plan.
9 PM. Next up on the agenda is the Abathera site plan approval. Come up and give an overview of the project. That would be helpful.
Oh, cool.
Thank you. My name is Gary Abathera, and I'd like to begin by thanking the Planning Commission for hearing our project tonight. My brother and I are owners of a family business installing commercial foundations. We've been in business for the last 50 years. We are excited about building in Bruce Township. What we are proposing is an 8,000 square foot building with offices to run our business. My brother here will work out of the offices. In the back part of the building, we'll store our trucks in that are needed to do our daily jobs. The outside storage will be storing support equipment for the daily jobs such as backhoe buckets, re-steel forms, and other items needed for the day-to-day operations. Our heavy equipment is always on the job until it's finished, then moved to the next job. A typical day would consist of our driver showing up at 7 a.m., taking the support truck out of the building and going to the job. Sometime between 7 and 10, my brother will go to the office for a few hours. Around 5 or 6, the employees will come back and park the truck. Our business does not deal in any retail business, therefore this building would be used for us only. So our plan is to build a building that is attractive and will be an asset to the subdivision and to Bruce Township, and the building we'll be proud of. At this time, I can answer any questions you guys have.
Thank you, Larry. And Joe, just to understand, the business is a commercial foundations installation, is that?
Yes.
Understand, okay.
Yes.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant off the bat here?
Am I correct that the lot you're ending up with is different from the lot that's on your plan,
Yes, we originally were going to buy Lot 5.
correct?
We had everything all set for it, and then the building started up next to us, which you found out was going to be a pole building. So we went back and moved to Lot 3, and we came in and asked, they're identical lots, and what we,
The same,
same square footage, same everything. So we were just able to switch from 5 to 3. And that way, we're next to, because we feel we're putting a very attractive building in the area, and we like that, be on the other side where there's a nicer building next to us.
so the concept that you've shown on 5,
Identical. Everything will be the same. So what you're looking at right there is the lighting plan. Kind of dropped the ball that we did not notice we had to have a photometric plan. So we are only putting lights on our building above the grade doors and the overhead doors. And we're using the same type of lights that you'll see on that plan there, the wall packs. We will have a photometric plan when we submit our blueprints, but we are not putting any kind of outside lights and poles or anything like that. Everything is beyond the building that's the same as that building there.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant before we go to Joe? Don't go far, we may have some more questions for you, but.
Right here.
Sounds good. All right. Joe, can you?
Front row.
Perfect. Walk us through your assessment, please.
Sure, yeah. So, like you said, 8,000 square foot building on Unit 3 of the Beaver Creek industrial site condo. Breaks down to about 1,060 square feet of office space, garage that's about 840 square feet, and then 6,000 square feet of warehouse. The only thing about switching the sites is that they're just going to, if they receive approval, they're going to have to make sure that the top topography of the site is correct on their plan when they get into engineering review. Chances are the contours are slightly different, even though the dimensions of the lots are the same.
Right.
Probably not significantly different. This is a pretty flat area, but, and it's been somewhat graded out when they put the road in. So they got 1.29 acres, it's vacant, on LI1. Surrounding zoning's all industrial, as it always is when we're looking at this development. Meet the minimum lot size and lot width. They're a foot over the front setback. They are meeting all the setbacks, actually, and they are well under the height limit as well. Front walls of the building are supposed to be constructed of stone, face brick, or other decorative material approved by the Planning Commission. So what they've got, it was presented in black and white, but they were showing two colors of split face block. One is a primary and one is 3 bands of accent. Other sides of the building have a block band at ground level and there's metal siding above. Looked at the required off-street parking. I actually got a somewhat lower total parking requirement than what they had on the plan, just based on the different categories, and they had a couple of numbers on the plan that they were using in the calculations that were smaller than the divisors that we have in our ordinance now. That changed somewhat recently. So I've got a total of 13 spaces required. They're providing 15. 10 of those are outside the gate. 2 of them are barrier-free spaces, so their parking is compliant. They have an off-street loading space behind the building that meets the requirements of our ordinance. 3 trees are required for their landscape plan, and they've got that as well. There's no adjacent residential use to screen from. They are proposing a chain link fence enclosing their yard. That's set back flush with the building, so it's not in the front yard. It's not allowed to be. Their outdoor storage is accessory to the warehouse use. They have a dumpster enclosure on the plan that meets the standards of section 526. I noted that there's not a photometric plan. They are testifying here that they're going to have building-mounted downward shielding fixtures, so that's some of the elements of what we require. Ultimately, we do need that photometric plan, just to make sure that things are not overlit at the property line and things like that. I have reviewed those post-approval in the past when they've come in. So it's kind of up to you whether or not you're comfortable with that. But otherwise, I didn't really have much flagged here. It's a generally compliant plan. One thing I did want to address is that the surfacing isn't labeled on the plans, so I wasn't sure in that yard in the back what the surface was planned to be. We require the parking area to be paved. I'd just like you to address how that's going to be handled in the back.
If you look on our site plan, from the loading dock towards the building will all be concrete. From there back will be just gravel.
Okay, so a gravel yard, and behind that.
Yeah, so I think about 60 feet from the back of the building will be concrete.
Okay.
And we're going to be 95% of our time will be on the concrete, and the rest of the yard will just be gravel.
Gotcha, okay. When you move into engineering review, you're going to need to demarcate that on the plan.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe. When we updated some of the light industrial, IRO, all those definitions, was there any changes to this outdoor storage that would be impacted here?
So there was a change to outdoor storage regulations a while ago. There's a reason it's not in the ordinance. There was apparently a noticing issue after it was adopted by the board, so it has to go back before the board to become part of our ordinance.
Okay.
I don't know the details of all that, but apparently it did not meet the legal requirements to make it into our ordinance. So as soon as the board acts on that, it'll go in the book and then we'll start applying it.
Would that irrelevant?
Some aspects of it could be, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's not enforceable at this point, so. it's
Correct.
Irrelevant, okay. All right, questions from commissioners to Joe regarding the report? Any other questions of the applicant as well? Just a reminder, we approve site plans, so this doesn't need to go to the board. This would just be a recommend to approve or deny the site plan. No other questions? Would someone feel an emotion?
I can make a motion.
All right.
I make a motion to approve the site plan as presented for 70628 Beaver Creek Drive, lot number 3, parcel ID 1401361261006, 007, and 008. Is it all 3 parcels?
No, it's just the one.
Well, what's that?
You're looking at,
His review.
yeah, but it's, the 3 lots are the ones that,
Would it be the parcel number on the agenda then?
it's the parcel number on the agenda.
Okay,
Yeah, the
005.
one on the agenda would be the correct one, yeah.
Okay, yeah, 005.
Okay, 1401361261005, with the addition that we require a photometric plan to meet the full approval.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt again. Is that the correct parcel ID
So 003.
with the change in lot?
Um,
I think,
Maybe just in the motion, say parcel ID to be verified. Because there was some confusion around that with the switch of the lot, so we just got to make sure that we got the right one, but she can put the correct one in the minutes.
And just say lot 3.
Yeah, lot.
Yeah,
which I
right,
did.
lot 3.
Okay, okay.
So-
as long as you said lot 3.
Okay.
And Randy, the photometric plan is pending review and approval by Joe.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion by Randy to approve, subject to applicant submitting and Joe approving the photometric plan.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Kupitz. Any other discussion before we vote? Hearing none. Danny, would you call the roll, please?
Vincent,
Yes.
Cupits,
Yes.
Hagelstein,
Yes.
Kent,
Yes.
Boyce,
Yes.
Barnett,
Yes.
Blaylock.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. Moving along, item 9 is communications. Any communications? None. Okay. Item 10, unfinished business. First up is the Harler SLU. Actually, we're going to take about a half-hour break, if you guys don't mind.
Good evening, Mike Harler, 5050 34 Mile. I was here to see you last month. We're for 2 special land uses. We came to an agreement on everything with the exception of the size of the barn. We're making 100% concession. Nice and easy.
Thank you. So our understanding is based on the adjustment, you would be within the allowable square footage for the property that you have, which is 3270. I don't remember the exact number, but it's
1650 rings a bell in terms of what was allowed.
1,662.
And we have 1600 even on the.
so it'd be just over through 3,200.
Yep.
And the remaining element is just the side yard variance that you're looking for, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yes.
No, Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask commissioners, do they have any questions for the applicant, or?
I do. We discussed in length about style and design elements that closely match or complement your existing building. So I see in your drawing, you got wainscot on there. I'd feel more comfortable if you were in agreement to share with us any other matching or complementary characteristics of your new building as they apply to the existing building.
You want to field this?
Yeah, sure. So let me, my name's Steve Nickel. I'm from Orchard Construction. I guess I would like to kind of reverse back to you on that question that you're asking. What are you looking for that you're not seeing here based upon what we presented? Because now we're getting back into kind of what I feel is a feeling issue as to what complements, what your opinion is, what another planning commission members is. I would be asking more of more clarification as to what you're kind of asking, because that's really
Yeah, good.
I like pink, you like red.
Right, understood. So we have limitations.
Sure.
We can't tell the applicant what to do. And we even need to be cautious about what we suggest.
Sure, but
It needs to be
you're
voluntarily offered, so you let me know if I'm overstepping boundaries.
Well, I think in the side yard, there are some more direct.
Right.
I can assure you that this building right now that we're presenting is far more, and meets the appeal, the curb appeal, than the existing building that's there currently.
Okay, and the existing building, at least from the pictures provided, looks like a nice building.
Well, I certainly have to tell you that where I stand from, that I can vouch and say that it's going to far exceed what that building looks like.
Well, some of the feedback that I provided previously regarding styling cues, where your existing building is shingle roof, right?
It is.
Okay, and in my opinion, I think based on what we currently know, that's an impractical recommendation.
Yeah, but a shingle roof, see, when you get into that, when you're starting to delegate or an opinion about a roof, you could ask to have a shingle roof put on there.
I'm not.
And I'm saying that but if you were to suggest that, in 5 years, the applicant here or the next person that comes in could all of a sudden say, I'm putting a metal roof on.
True, absolutely true.
So you're kind of, what we're looking here more is us to say, did we meet the criteria of what this building looks like? And it does. It has a 1-foot overhang all the way around. It has nice insulated garage doors on it. We added a wainscot to it that gives it a different curb appeal.
Is a contrasting wainscot that's similar, because you got a wainscot on your existing building, right?
The colors are going to complement one another. So it's really going to be more of a uniform. This is going to be a newer, cleaner building, we'll say, that compared to a older building that's been still viable, just an older looking building that's there. So
Similarly, the roof color is going to complement your existing. The only other thing I saw is you had some windows on the side elevations on your existing building. Admittedly, really not that viewable from 34 Mile Road, but could be a nice.
Windows are something that are back again to where you're talking about privacy. He is 600 feet off the road where he's at. Windows start to become, that's an opinion on what somebody wants. Somebody does want a window, they don't want a window.
I can't require it. I'm just asking the applicant to consider it. And then whatever his response is a feedback for us when we prepare a motion.
I would love, well, if that were the case, then I would love to hear other commissioners' opinions based upon what you're suggesting, or what you're asking, to see if we get to that point. And we can certainly make concessions based off of that, but I think we're kind of feeling out here a little bit more than.
It's a personal preference, admittedly.
Sure.
So, but I'm one of 7.
We're also, again, in a rural area. This type of structure certainly exceeds and meets. I mean, we've been a builder in this community for 35 years. So we stand behind everything that we do. So we wouldn't be doing what we're doing if we didn't present something that's applicable here for what the criteria requires.
And towards your comments, the newer buildings that I'm seeing are quite a bit nicer than kind of the legacy buildings that we have in the township. So for the sake of brevity, that's what I've got to add.
Thank you. Can you remind me what the hardship was for the side yard request?
Sorry.
Yeah, so the biggest, a lot of the issue is, again, back to keeping the land in terms of the topography that's there. You're on an average of anywhere from 6 to 9 feet of different elevations, the way that property rolls. He's got the well in the front yard. He has the septic field that's in the backyard, closer towards the creek that runs there. The applicant also had reached out to his neighbor next door, Vinkir, that just built there, I believe, and they certainly were happy to see that there would be a building going up there. Not that the neighbors get along great, he just said that he would like to look at a newer building there that would block everyone's view. The property is flat in that area. That really is what something, kind of like the applicant that came in here at the very beginning tonight was stating about the way the contour of his property was. This is far greater than what Mike's property is far deeper in terms of the topography there.
Okay.
That was the biggest concern. And it kept the buildings close to one another where they're at. They're able to be used. You can come in, the flow to the house. And like I said, everything else in the backyard is just 6 to 9 foot rolling property.
Thank you.
I have
Yeah, go ahead.
on the existing building, am I correct that that's mostly behind trees?
Yes,
Okay, and that's it, right?
it is.
And are the windows, the windows aren't facing the road, correct?
They are not.
Okay, so it's just the garage doors facing the road?
No, that's facing the back.
What's on this side?
Just a wall.
That's also a wall
Yeah.
faces
Faces the road. Yep.
And with your new thing, is just a wall going to be facing the road?
That is correct.
Okay.
And the garage doors are facing the house.
Okay. So in my view, I don't see that adding the windows is a big deal because nobody will know whether they're there or not.
Understood.
Just my opinion.
I would concur with the same thing. I know everything I've built, I've put windows in a secure area facing the home. Because if they're on the back side, you can't see if somebody's
Sure.
breaking into them.
For where he lives right now, those windows would be
Security
completely not visible,
Right.
to the residents.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Anyone like to take a stab at a motion?
I'll take a stab at it.
Okay.
I'd like to submit a motion recommending to the board approval of accessory building, special land use, 5050 34 Mile Road, also referred to as parcel number 140129201003 in the, this is front yard, correct?
Side yard.
Side yard, okay, side yard, and your existing building is in side yard as well?
It is.
Okay, so based on this existing building being in the side yard, and this is, and also due to the topography of the property, this is the logical and best location to place the building. And the applicant has shared with the planning commission that he's committed to his the building design complementing the existing whole building and in their own words exceeding what's currently there. And also based on the applicant has reduced their square footage to fall below the total square footage that he's allowed.
Can I make one suggestion?
Certainly can.
I would also add the condition due to this being 600 feet back from the road.
Should we elaborate on the topographical hardship so it's more clear? So he has the
Well,
8 to 10 foot rolling hills in the back.
Yeah, do you have, approximate, your high to low fall off at the back of the property? I think I looked previously, wasn't it around 8 feet or something like that?
It's significantly, and like I said, I did an average of 6 to 9 feet in terms of it elevates high and just continues to keep rolling down until it gets to flat where the building that we put on the property. Is that what you're asking?
I think we're asking, how big is the drop off right behind the house?
Well, the septic field is behind the house.
Oh, okay.
The septic field is directly behind the house, so there's no way to put that in, that's flat there, because the septic field is there, and once it gets away from there, everything is rolling and going up and down.
As is the propane tank, the creek cuts behind the house, there's trees. I mean, it would be a big hot mess to do that.
Would you feel comfortable with the wording significant varying topography and rear yard?
Mr. Chair, if I may just ask, because you had put that in that motion about the 600, and I apologize, on the, because I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but what did we put down on there, on the dimension? Do you have that,
Does someone have the original? I think it would be in there.
Looking for it.
What am I looking for?
In the
the reason why I say it's gotta be at least, it's gonna be behind the existing barn that's protruding into the property.
It says 600. I see 651 from the rear lot line,
The house is 630.
20 from the side, and 600 from the front.
What was it?
So it says 600?
50, 34.
Knock me down.
Is that what makes?
I just want to make sure that, if we're putting that in for the 600, that I'm just double checking the look and see so that we don't incur a problem.
Just why don't you just say approximately 600 feet? Because then he's not tied to exactly 600.
Yeah, I think for us, it's part of the, making sure that we're not setting a precedent by granting this.
Sure.
I mean, one of the conditions is you are significantly far back from the road. I think that's what we're trying to capture in the motion.
I'm roughly coming up with like 620 feet, just real quick off of the map, so 6 would still put us.
All right, let's just keep with the 6 and.
Yeah, I like approximate 6.
Approximately 6, okay. All right, so Rick's got a motion on the table, a little feedback from Mandy. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Hagelstein, second by Cant. Any other discussion before we vote? Dana, would you call the roll, please?
Boyce.
Yes.
Barnett.
Yes.
Hagelstein.
Yes.
Cant.
Yes.
Blaylock.
Yes.
Cubits.
Yes.
Vincent.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So it's approved, it goes to the board in 2 weeks, they'll have final sign off on the SLU.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dana.
All right, 10B, master plan review. So Anne Marie and I discussed, she's going to give us a overview of what was discussed at the last board meeting, and then just lay out the timeline of events as we go forward.
Well, I'll have Joe help me.
Joe will help. Yep.
Yes. So at our last meeting, we made a specific motion recommending to the board that we look at an update for our master plan, and the scope of that was to review present industrial uses and whether or not future planned industrial availability should be modified and how. The exact same thing with respect to commercial property. And that we also included the commercial review could consider the applicability of C3 zoning, as well as possible agritourism type things that we're already looking at separately. We asked for the board's assistance in accomplishing that limited review, that the planner identify the resources and a cost estimate and a timeline. And shortly before the meeting at the board level, Joe provided a one-page document that listed the different tasks that occur when you do something like this. And he talked about deliverables for each of those tasks and came up with a project cost. And the board approved that pending confirmation that the budget was available. That was subsequently confirmed. So we are official now. And Joe has worked up pretty much the same, I think, task list that you gave to the board, and has now also come up with a timeline that I'll let you talk about.
Sure, yeah. So I've provided all that in a little two-pager for you. This does involve a couple points of public input. There is a survey up front, and then on the back end, an open house. Today, we host open houses in a physical location, but we also put them online, and we allow people to respond to the same set of questions that anybody who attends online. I will see online. So there'll be two ways to participate in that open house. And yeah, I mean, ultimately we come away with an industrial and commercial land use analysis, evaluating what we have and what we might need in the future, what the demand is. We're not doing a full market study, but we are going to be looking at kind of our absorption rate and how much land has been used in recent years for those uses versus how much we have on the map, that kind of thing. And we may not wind up changing our future land use map at all. We may change a tiny portion of it. We may make a substantial change. It really depends on what we find as we're studying the issue. So we don't know what the outcome is yet. Yeah, from that we wind up with an updated future land use map. We will look at the goals and objectives of the last master plan, and we'll make any updates to those that we need to as well. We might also identify some more specific action items that we can take, whether they be on the capital improvement, advocacy, or zoning funds. And then the timeline, you can see it goes through April 24th for the development of a draft update. That is, of course...
April 25th, 2025, right?
Right, yeah, 2025, yeah. That is, of course, contingent on not having meetings like this, because we are going to be discussing that at these meetings. So if we have another agenda like this, that adds a month to our timeline. It's just happens sometimes, you just can't quite get to it. But at the end of developing the draft, there's a couple things that happen. Is the Planning Commission satisfied with its draft, requests that the Township Board authorize distribution of the draft, and then it gets sent out to all the neighboring communities. That includes corner touching townships and agencies, SEMCOG, the county, road department, and all that stuff. And then there's a 63-day period in which they can comment. The draft is made available to the public as well during that period. They can comment on it. And then you have a public hearing and you adopt your master plan. The first thing that has to happen, and I sent the notice to Dana already, but we have to send a notice of intent to plan And that goes to all the same places that that draft is distributed to later in the planning process. If we had a railroad, we'd probably have to send it to them. We don't, thankfully, but, because it's really hard to figure out who to send it to if you have a railroad. But, if you've got freeway running through your community, you send it to MDOT too. So I think I included an address for MDOT in that document I sent. But at any rate, that's the process that we'll be following. It is laid out for us by statute. And then the conclusions that we draw are our own, though. We'll study the issue, we'll get you the best information that we can, and we'll determine what we need to do from a land use perspective.
Joe, we don't have to give any independent authorization to send out this notice. We're good to go now that the board has approved it,
Exactly,
correct?
yeah, that's just a part of the process now,
And
yeah.
You went through a targeted review like this, correct, recently for Washington Township?
Yeah, we did it was probably a more extensive update, really, but yes, we did that for Washington Township recently. I just had Farmington Hills adopt a full comprehensive rewrite of their
Oh, the
entire
whole-
master plan. And I've worked on, I don't even know how many of these at this point, but yeah, it's, I think we've got a pretty good process laid out here. And there are always things that adjustments that we can make along the way if we feel like we need to gauge public opinion on something, and we're between the survey and the open house, we can make that happen.
Okay. So this will kick off in August.
Yeah, I'll be working to have something for you to look at in September through the month of August.
Okay, so we'll start to have this as an ongoing topic for the next few quarters as we work through this.
And we're going to talk about, correct, that data, that, to make sure that we have it correct.
Yep.
All right, Commissioners, any other questions for Anne Marie or Joe in terms of what's been approved and what the process will look like? Hearing none, moving on to the poultry discussion.
And this was just updated per our discussion last time.
Okay. So, and I think the update that I recall was item C, we adjusted kind of some of the settings around setbacks and distance from neighboring residences.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Regarding that comment, Jared, Daryl submitted a suggestion, I believe, that it was 125 and 25, or 150 and 10. You recall that?
I do, yeah, I recall something like that.
In my notes, we
Yes.
wound up doing something less, yeah.
He did something that the Yates incorporated the whole idea, I believe. Basically,
Yeah.
giving the residents as much freedom as you can, as long as you had that minimum.
The
Right,
125.
exactly, yeah.
As long as
That's
you had
where we
125, is that we found out there was, why can a structure have a smaller variance or a smaller setback than a chicken coop? As long as you maintain that distance from the neighbor.
Right.
Give the freedom to the homeowner.
Okay, so we didn't go,
So we wound up with a one-tiered system instead of a two-tiered system, basically.
yeah, but I thought, because previously it had been 125 and 50, correct?
Correct.
And then we reduced it to 125 and 25. Now I'm seeing that the setback from property lines has been reduced further to 10 feet, which I made an objection comment to that during the last meeting.
Right. I think that consensus, generally speaking, was the 125 and 10, because we were looking at getting to the same number as other accessory buildings.
Okay, everybody
That's correct.
concurs with that? Yeah. If that's a consensus, I'll go along with it.
And we changed G as well, correct?
Yes, yep. Yeah, if you have a,
Which was to add the provision of the minimum of 300 feet for the free range, which
Right.
would be appropriate for
yeah, but
larger.
not to put your privacy fence up, yeah, exactly.
I've got a question. Since this is a zoning ordinance, grandfathering applies. Somebody that has existing chickens that does not fully comply with this zoning ordinance amendment could claim that they had their setup prior to establishment.
Yeah, that they're non-conforming.
And I don't think that, I mean, I realize that's what we've got to do for coming from this commission. But I have a question. What's the planning commission's appetite making a recommendation to the board to consider a policing ordinance, which is a separate local ordinance that is outside of grandfathering provisions, which would give the supervisor expanded authority to make sure that these requirements could be enforced for all.
You'll end up having all kinds of lawsuits. You cannot do that with grandfather.
That's not what Christine Anderson said. Local ordinances do not fall. I was surprised as well, Paul. It was brought to my attention originally by Dana Birschbeck down at Washington Township. And I talked with Christine and she concurred. Local ordinances fall outside of grandfathering.
I think you're opening yourself up to a bunch of lawsuits.
Is that what we want anyway? So we want to like have all the people that have chickens now give them up? Is that what you're?
I'm not saying give them up. I'm saying just they've got to comply exactly with this. Because right now they say, well, I had my chickens be in before you guys adopted the ordinance. Nothing more, nothing less. And, we've got a situation, I'm a part of a private road association. Others are members of HOAs. And my observation of many of them is they do the bare minimum. They collect the dues, take and do the common element maintenance. But as far as policing and taking on complaints from one homeowner against the other, they don't get involved. So alternatively, if we don't have any enforcement capability from the township, it's kind of the wide open west.
Right.
Except for moving forward. What did we hear over and over again? We moved out to this area because it was quiet and rural. And now you're putting limitations, like strict limitations on people having chickens. And people move out here so they can have rural and have chickens.
I think
So-
we're huge, this what we got right here.
Yeah.
Is light years from what we had.
Yes.
Well, it is. I'm just suggesting that it be consistent for everybody. There needs to be rules, consistent rules and consequences when the rules are broken. And, I recognize Paul's,
Something that we've all, we've never done it to like our other ordinances where,
all I'm suggesting is the board, if there was the majority consensus, for the board to consider it, because it needs to be for them to
is that
take.
for us to decide or the board to decide?
The board would have to
board.
decide on that.
And I think the board is welcome to propose that if that's what they decide. I would caution us, I think this has been brought up multiple times where there's a desire to have us craft this ordinance in a way that helps homeowners associations enforce their own rules, and I don't think that's our responsibility. So those homeowner associations can restrict the rules further than what we've defined here, and that's fine, but they have to enforce them, not us.
Right, but that's a convenient caveat.
Well, but we have to think about the whole community, and
I am. And, you know, I mean, comparing this to a city environment, there's ordinances that deal with this stuff. And I just
Yeah.
believe that it's because we've got a lot of HOAs in Bruce, we're kind of like offloading it on them, but the reality is that they're not doing anything with it.
I don't know what we're offloading, though.
That's their problem.
Sorry, I don't see that, we've had this discussion. I don't see that as the township's issue to get involved in. Your HOA is your HOA. They either enforce things or they don't. And if you're a member of that HOA, there are things you can do to rectify that situation. Short of that, I feel bad for that we don't have an ordinance right now. We're getting one, but we have people with roosters. The one lives right over there, and it's distressing, but.
Well, regarding roosters, somebody that's got a rooster currently, this is not going to do anything.
I understand that, but I also know that the supervisor can be effective, and he has been effective working with people to try to get them to.
The only thing, the recourse he has is the nuisance ordinance, and our nuisance ordinance also falls underneath the zoning ordinance. We don't have a separate local ordinance for nuisances, and Washington Township does.
We're not Washington.
But, but what is happening, and you talk to planning and zoning down in Washington, I'm going to try and be brief here, but this needs to be said, is that they're relying on what's happened in Shelby, the good and the bad, and they've adopted a bunch of it. And, whether there's an HOA or not, I mean, okay, HOA, yes, there is an HOA. That's still a subset of Bruce Township. There should be one set of laws. You don't enter Dodge City and the laws change because you're in a very small subset of Bruce.
Well, but
That's why they have HOAs.
Right.
That's
Be
the
more
whole
restrictive,
purpose
but can't
of
be
it, so
less.
that
Yeah,
they
they
can control
could-
their own.
right.
In theory, but practicality, that's not the way that it works.
But what we're saying, like, we've said this before, HOAs can be more restrictive, they can't be more lenient. So we are setting a foundation for all of Bruce Township. HOAs are allowed to further restrict that if they so choose. But we are allowed, there will be a standard now.
Is anybody here in the HOA or POA? You are Randy, you are Ed?
Yeah.
I kind of.
Okay, I am as well. So, but I can't say my experience has been bad, but it's been, what is taken on is very minimal. We have violations and there's nothing done about them. And like
Maybe
that's,
you need to hire a management company.
Well, if our HOA adopted the ordinance, we would be allowed to have chickens, but our HOA says we can't. So,
but it's not being enforced.
but that's the HOA's issue.
Right.
Not the township.
Because the township says we could have chickens.
Right.
But the HOA says no, so that shouldn't fall on Mike Philbrook to enforce. It's the HOA that created a rule that is stricter than what we are allowing it.
And again, in theory, that's great, but practicality, I know it's not working in your HOA.
Oh, but that's not the township's issue.
Right.
We got enough
I-
problems.
That, I'll die on my sword for that one, but, okay, for.
Honestly, I do think the board members will watch our meeting and watch our discussion, and if for some reason they have an appetite to look at anything else that could be done, well, that's up to them.
I'm not suggesting, Mike Philbrook be the fix-all cop for everything. I'm just saying that if the situation warranted it, that he would have the ability, based on ordinance language, to enforce it consistently, no matter where it is, and when it occurs.
And this will give him that.
No, it won't.
HOAs can further restrict that.
Well, no, I'm talking, yeah, but the HOA, again, we're getting back to theory versus in practice.
But that's not the township's job to enforce HOA rules.
And my response to that, again, Jared, is that it shouldn't be that because there's an HOA that becomes a subset of the consistent application of law across everything in the township.
What do you think the township should,
What's the point of an HOA then?
Do we have any homes in an HOA that has more than this right now? Do we have any properties that
Mine
have
d-
50
mine
chickens
does.
on half a?
My neighbor had chickens, he had 6 chickens, didn't ask, and nobody bitched, including myself. But it guaranteed, if I would have said something, my neighbor said, "You're overreacting, get used to it." Or take it up as a civil matter. So it comes out of my pocket individually, not divided up between the 8 homes.
But you're guessing that's what he would have said?
I'm sorry?
You said you didn't say anything to him?
I did not say anything because it was not a problem. There were hens only in 2 acres. You know, they kept them in their own area. So if there would have been more, it would have been potentially a problem. But
Well, now he can have 10.
Well, he did move, but anyway, I promised I was going to try and be brief, so anyway, that's it, I've already gone over my
I'm going
time.
to add to that, though, a reminder letter from the township to an HOA resident would help the HOA make things happen. Because I have that situation, and basically they're saying, so sue me. And the HOA has relatively low fees that everyone pays. Consequently, they don't have the cash to do it. They don't have the power. They don't, in the eyes of the people, they have no authority over this. Well, if you get a letter from the township saying, here's the rule, follow it, that could help.
Here's your HOA rule?
Pardon me?
You want, so the township should send the residents, this is your HOA rule?
So you're asking,
No.
you're asking the township to police all the HOAs? And they'll
No,
have
what
rules on
what I'm saying is
individual
this. If an HOA needed some assistance,
They could implement a special assessment to the people in that in the complex and then get the assistance that they need.
Without a majority vote, you won't.
Oh, I know, but I'm just
Okay,
saying
but
that's
this
what
is
you would
going
do.
way off the rails here, and like,
Exactly.
we are not going to solve the
This
HOA
is
issues.
useless then.
It is not useless.
Okay.
We are not solving the HOA issues that exist.
Right.
They can enforce, so in our subdivision, if somebody is violating this ordinance from here moving forward, the township can enforce that.
Exactly.
But if
Enforce
the
that how?
they can enforce any violation of this ordinance. So, based on this ordinance,
Yes,
we could have 5 chickens.
right. Based
But
on this,
but if we had 6 chickens,
you have to
then
have
they
2
could-
acres.
no, it says 40,000 square feet to 2 acres, you could have 5 chickens. So we could have 5 chickens based on this, but the HOA says no, so it's not up to the township to tell us we can't have any chickens. It's up to the HOA.
Right.
As long as we're in a conformity with the ordinance that we present, moving forward.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Correct. And I can
But if the
tell you-
person does not have 4,000 square feet or 2 acres, what happens?
Then
If
can't
they don't have that
chickens
much
with-
size, they can't have chickens.
That's my point.
Yeah, then they can't have chickens, but every lot in our sub is over 40,000 square feet.
I don't agree with you. Not 2 acres.
No, 40,000 is less than 1
Well, it
acre.
says here 40,000
Maybe you
square
guys
feet,
can
2
talk
acres.
about this
I know.
later. because
It's a
like-
range,
2 acres.
starting
Check
up
this
40,000.
offline.
Yes.
I'd like to revise my initial request that if this plan commission would be in agreement, just to suggest to the board that they look at Washington Township Local Ordinance 100, which is nuisance abatement. Just look at it. And if they deem that any of it may be useful for Bruce Township, I would be appreciative for at least their willingness to look at it.
I think Mike Philbrook has done that. I'll find out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let's, we made adjustments. Are there any other adjustments to this proposed ordinance that we would want to change, or are we ready to proceed with creating a public hearing?
Can I ask one question?
Of course.
Joe, and Daryl mentioned this earlier. Let's suppose we have, like, the people behind me right now, or the persons over on Mellon Street with the chickens. They have X number of chickens, they have a rooster, okay? Nothing we're doing here is going to impact that. They're entitled to do what they're doing. If the rooster dies,
That's where I thought you were going.
correct, then what happens?
Strictly speaking, they wouldn't be able to replace the rooster.
Okay, now I understand.
They
We're
would
not going to go out and tag the current rooster.
What happened to the rooster?
They would, Joe, I was talking, not listening. They would or would not be? Okay, all right. Thank you.
That was it, just a question.
You're saying about natural causes, right?
Of course.
Of course. Okay. Any other discussion?
Mandy, I think you should make a motion because you helped us tremendously
What do
with
I-
this.
What do I make a motion to?
Set the public hearing for September 4th.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you.
All right, so, motion by Barnett to set a public hearing for September 4th for the keeping of chicken ordinance, section 161-4.50.
Thanks for filling in those gaps.
You're welcome.
Second.
Seconded by Boyce. Any other discussion? Dana, would you call the roll?
Certainly. Barnett,
Yes.
Blaylock,
Yes.
Hagelstein,
Yes.
Cant,
Yes.
Boyce,
Yes,
Yes.
Vinson, Cupits.
Yes.
All right, 10D, agritourism. Have a brief update?
I do. Our subcommittee, now with Mandy and Rick and myself, met on July 29th. We actually did a deep dive on ordinance language from 12 other townships, half of which surround us. As I had indicated before, they're all over the map. Some townships allow no ancillary activities other than what would be allowed under the GAMPs if they were qualified under the Right to Farm Act. Some allow SLUs for just a specific thing, like an enhanced winery or cidery. Some allow extensive opportunities over and above and have really well-defined rules under which the SLU could be granted. The other thing we noted when we were going through the materials, this would not be something we would, as a planning commission, necessarily be involved in, but of note, many of the townships, such as Washington, Ray, Armada, all limit, they actually limit their farms to their two highest level zoning categories. Everything else is grandfathered, for what it's worth. But Washington, Ray, and Armada Township all limit the agribusiness to just the top tier of properties in terms of basically size is the driving factor. It's just of note. We found that the Washington Township ordinance was well-structured. Certainly not all the content is something that Bruce would necessarily want to adopt. But in terms of structure and definitions, it was well done. I think Joe may have been involved with some of that, or your firm. So we're we're thinking maybe we would use that as a starting point, because right
Okay.
now, our ordinance has been in place a long time. It's got a lot of extra verbiage. a lot of the definitions could be improved and whatnot. So some of the things that we spoke about, that we'd probably, this would be kind of the content of what we'd be bringing back for you guys to chew on and really have the debate that just three of us can't have. Looking at allowing basically the same seasonal ancillary agribusiness type thing that we do now for our farms. Those would generally be protected, the same things that would be protected by the GAMPs if the farm was qualified under the Right to Farm Act. We're looking at things that are not on the list of, permitted, would require an SLU, so we don't have some of the crazy things we've seen before about things being okay that have nothing to do with farming. Again, just putting some stakes in the ground. We looked at possibly allowing SLUs on qualified farms in the Van Dyke corridor. That was something we discussed early on. Or in areas that are zoned RS, Van Dyke corridor that are zoned RS or R1, and the possibility of allowing them in the RS district off of Van Dyke if it's on a paved road. And we've also had experiences with that where we were getting one very large request for a enterprise that was on Boardman Road, and we knew that wasn't going to fly. We're looking at defining the types of uses that can be considered for an SLU, and setting some minimum acreage depending on what the thing is. We currently use 10 acres for everything, no matter what you're coming in for an SLU. And then the last thing we're looking at is enhancing the minimum standards to be met if an SLU is granted. Right now we have parking, circulation, emergency plan. There's a broad reference to noise and lighting, but we also want to look at things like making sure that hours and days of operation are assessed, the frequency of those types of things, the maximum number of people permitted, for example, and those kind of things were actually, I wouldn't call it a recommendation, but our lawyer thought that making sure you've got that type of thing covered very specifically is good, because then you're not going to end up approving something that, wasn't what you expected. So that's kind of where we're at. I think the next step will be actually listening, Joe, kind of coming up with a draft for you guys to really look at. I don't know if it'll be September or not, but so that's where we're at. I don't know if you guys have any other questions. Rick and Mandy, I'm doing all the talking.
No, I think it's a good update. I think it's very accurate. You agree, Mandy?
Can I ask you something? Where were we at with our discussion? I know you'd asked me something about our assessor assessing.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Can you
Joe, I had sent you guys a note about a month ago asking if we could find out in Armada Township how, in that special overlay district, how those properties are taxed.
Right, yeah. And I don't know the answer to that question at this point. But it is something that we have to talk to their assessor about.
Right, is that something you would do? Or would our assessor cross over?
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
It might be the same assessor
what's possible.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
Because I did talk to him about it, I think, and maybe you won't want to do this, but as a trustee, you could also, you have the, yeah.
Authority.
The authority, that's the word.
Interesting.
Their BSA, unfortunately, is not free like what ours is.
Right, so
We've
I
gotta
can't just
pay,
go there.
Or we could just go
Well-
and determine it ourselves.
Yeah, but that's,
I'm wondering, you've got increased privileges in BSA, don't you, over us?
internally, but.
Not to another
Not to
community.
another.
Yeah. And this is not to mean that we would do anything like what Armada's doing. It was just a curiosity question. I mean, when you look at what they've approved, their choice for Blake's, which the core of it is,
I just
it's
went by
all
there.
commercial.
It looks like a zoo.
Hmm?
I just went by there a couple days ago. It looks like, I mean, it's so expansive now. I'm like,
You saw the article in the record, right?
Yes.
They're looking for agritourism
Yeah.
taxation for all of it.
No, that's not what the article was, is they're asking for an exemption,
Yeah.
right,
Well,
for all of it.
Yeah, the tax exemption. So they don't have to pay the school, the 18 mil schools for all of it, because they're paying for only partial, and John Paterick weighed in on that. They appealed it, and he responded, he believed that that decision was appropriate, but he was just voted out as Armada Township supervisor, so dealing with the new guy now.
Yeah, it's just, I thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will pursue it and see what we can find out. It's just, it's interesting.
we'll see what, like I said, we'll sit with Mike and we'll figure out how we can get that information.
Christine White came from our Armada. I wonder if she's got any contacts over there that may be helpful to.
Thank you for this.
All right, thank you for the update. Appreciate all the work you guys are doing on the subcommittee, and glad to see we're making progress. Joe, any update on 5G? All right.
Even if I had one, we'd be skipping it.
There's no new business. We don't have any committees. We heard from consultants. Any comments from commissioners? Make a motion to adjourn 10:46 PM.
Second.
Seconded by Cubits. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Eat food in the worst way.